begin.
Yes, tonight we are streaming a Pathfinder Second Edition game. Tom, who was just speaking a moment ago, is running the game. He is the game master for this. The other two people playing are Ogre and Dallas. This is most of the group that I started playing like over 15 years ago with, so we've been playing for a while. Yeah, Dallas and
I'm
I have played a
actually
little second.
I'm actually sad to report it's been 18 years of play with us.
What the
Uh,
hell? Goddamn
uh,
autoplay video in the background.
yeah.
I don't want to date myself.
Well, I'm going to date
I feel
myself.
old.
When I
Old.
say 18 years of gaming together, it's been exactly 50% of my life. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Are you
Why does it not have the right description?
and are you guys all situated and ready for me to begin?
Yep.
I'm just updating the stream, but you can go ahead and begin.
Okay. You and your companions have been traveling together for the past few months. After a botched misadventure 2 towns over, you all decided to put some space between the angry mob and yourselves. Fleeing on foot with your meager possessions, the day grows late and the clouds grow dark. Everyone currently has the fatigued condition.
Mm.
It is maybe a couple of hours before sunset when you arrive at what can be generously called a hamlet, more like a thorp. A faded sign identifies this as Lawante. At the town's entrance, there is a modest church, an inn, a general store, a couple of common houses, and 5 small hovels constitute the entirety of the buildings. Only a single road leads into town, but some small footpaths lead in various directions into the woods, and you can make out lone shacks deeper in the tree line. You doubt much excitement can be had here, but it is a good place to lie low for now. And I will move all the players to the city map so you can see the city. You are currently at the entrance of the town.
Uh,
Yes, you are inside a clearing in the forest. You can make out a couple shacks in the tree lines, and you can see the buildings in the town center. It is,
um,
yeah, and there's yeah, and you can hear the sound of a rushing river off in the distance.
Oh.
I will not apologize for frightening the children. They called me a chicken man, and I corrected them by showing them that I have teeth. Chickens do not have teeth.
It is currently close to sunset. There are storm clouds in the air. There are very few people walking out in the streets right now.
All I did
That's
was
if they.
smile at them.
That's if they let us stay in the tavern in the first place.
You were busy talking to someone else. I mean, really, all I did was smile, and then I will proceed to smile. And as a lizard man, I really don't have cheeks, so it is very toothy. Yes, we probably should. I am a 7 foot tall lizard man. Pretty physically imposing. Uh, obviously a bit primitive, very much at home in the wilds. My name. Oh, you said something,
Speaking of
Tom?
your character portrait, why don't you go ahead and set it in the bottom right hand corner of chat? You can select yourself as your character, and that will update your portrait instead of having the gnome in Roll20.
Oh, it just disappeared. Okay, why is it doing that? Why is it not setting?
I mean, I just click as, I can set myself as you. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not popping up for me.
So if you open up the text thingy, so it's the first option.
Oh, your
So
chat.
for the chat option.
Personalize and display.
Well, no.
Oh,
Go to the
I'm in a
chat
chat window. That explains it.
Just open up the chat window, and from the drop down
There we
in the
go.
bottom right, there you go. All right. So we can clearly see your character portrait. You are a lizard man.
Oh, and if I go back, I turn back into Little Gnome. Okay, I didn't know that they had tossed that down in there. It used to be buried in options, I thought.
Okay. All right. John has given his.
Yeah. So, finishing up the last of it, he's partially feathered. And, he is known as Karik, Brood of Sispok.
Reek.
Yeah.
All right.
Sure. Well, I am Grum. I am orc. No human blood taints this blood. I am also pretty intimidating, though I try to prefer actually talking my way out of it. Well, maybe not talking is not quite the right word. Yelling at them until they stop. I do not have as you call family name. We have to earn it. I haven't earned mine yet. Um, yes. The reason I'm here is brother tried to kill me. Meh. Works. What do you expect?
So standard family dynamics for orcs? Yeah.
Yep.
They're hard people. Thought you told the milkmaid that you were a satyr.
Except for the milkmaid's father.
Listen, he'll be able to walk again later.
All right. I'm assuming that you guys are proceeding to the tavern. Would you like me to drag you over to that map?
Yeah.
Yes.
All
I
right.
suggest that we attempt to rest up tonight, and then we do a forced march as far away from here as possible, and staying away from people,
Well,
so we can't be traced.
I know we have to worry about that, but we still have to earn some money.
Do we?
Letting you know about the region, you have run as far east as the kingdom is. So this is like there's literally no further that you can go besides wandering into the wilderness.
Man,
I am.
I
very
meant I
new
have
there.
some money left over, but it'd be better if we had some more.
I'm sure
Well-
they could benefit from some wild game being caught. I'm capable of doing that. Hmm,
Right.
I
Well,
trust you. I didn't need help any of those times, but I do trust you since you tried.
the tavern has batwing doors that creak loudly as they swing inward. It is a fairly squalid tavern with hay on the ground, 4 rickety-looking tables, and a hearth burning quite low. 3 men are standing at the bar, a man by a sole proprietor, apparently mid-argument. A homely middle-aged woman sits at the top of the stairs looking nervous. The leader is brandishing what looks to be chains and is arguing with the bartender. And I will proceed their argument. This is all just rubbish, says the bartender. Kester, your eyes are deceiving you. Look at this, it's a relic. Links from the chain of the legendary hero Armin the Honorable, carried as penance when he witnessed the death of the dragons of Alalar from the hands of St. Michael. If you bite this, it will ease your headache. Like the headache you're giving me now? The bartender retorts. Only 30 silver, and I will get out of your hair. Sell that to the damn priest. I'm sure he would buy it. Besides, I don't have 30 silver, and 30 silver wouldn't even cover the cost of your current bar tab. I don't think I've seen more than 2 copper from you since last harvest. Now have a seat, and the missus will bring you and your mates a pitcher so you can make way for actual paying customers. He snaps his finger at his wife and points to the table where the 3 men go sit at, of which she begins to attend to.
I will do the Riker maneuver to sit on a chair over here.
Yeah. And then he turns his scowl turns to a cheery smile and then back to a scowl as he greets you. Why, hello there, travelers. Welcome to the Book and Bell. I'm Kester Thrumble. What can I do you for?
And food.
Yes, food sounds
Well,
good.
speaking of food,
Well, it counts as part of the lodgings, I hope.
well, yes, it does. If you let me explain, it is actually 10 coppers for a bed in the common room, which includes a basic supper and breakfast, but not drinks. You pay for those separately. It's 10 silvers for the nice room, and it comes with some game for dinner and sausage for breakfast. The bed is large, but there's only one, and I don't know how well the 3 of you know each other. Out of character, you know that 10 silvers for a room is considered an exorbitant price, and 10 coppers for a night for a bed in the common room and some meals and stuff is like still a little bit more expensive, but not exorbitant.
I suspect he's given away too much free ale to the gentleman over there.
Yeah. Uh, I can let's see about breaking that gold. Are you going to be paying 3 silvers for your compatriots? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'll pay for myself.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. So you just leave the gold with me, and I'll get it broken tomorrow at the store, and I'll return you the 7 silver. Or you could pay for a few days. Tell you what. Tell you what. For 1 gold, I'll give you and your compatriots 5 days. So you guys can stay here for 5 days on 1 gold, and that's like a discount. That's like a
Um,
Yeah. So yeah. 1 gold, and you and your fellows can stay for 5 days. Add a character that would probably give you guys enough time to lay low for until the heat blows off.
Yeah, but I'm very suspicious about this. If my character had eyebrows, he would raise one.
Well, actually, that's I don't-
Yeah. Mhm.
which is perception.
Yep.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes. Same
Cool.
here.
I
Go
would
ahead and
as
make
well.
go ahead and make perception checks.
Meh.
Uh, you got Grum and Darius. Don't think any of that, but Karik uh, can can smell the desperation in his voice, and him salivating at a gold piece. Like, a gold piece is considered a large amount of money in this community, and he would gladly give a deep discount to secure that amount of money. I mean, instead of paying 150 coppers for the three of you for 5 nights, he's essentially going down to 100 coppers because he seems like he needs the money.
Well, it'll get us anonymity. I cannot talk right now. Anonymity.
And I'll even throw on the first picture. I'll throw on the first. Leanne, bring these gentlemen, a picture of the decent stuff, not the swill.
I will go over.
The stuff that you guys can't afford.
Yeah. As I said, I will Riker maneuver to sit down at the chair.
All right.
I'm tall enough. Yep. Swing a leg right over and sit down. No.
Oh, I'm going to ask you to sign your names into the book. It is called the Book and Bell, and all. He starts to frown and says, "The bell went missing a long time ago."
Do you want us to find it for you? We have time.
I mean, it's been years, but if you do come across my bell, I mean, I would be eternally grateful.
So, out of curiosity, why not just change your name to back to the book?
It's been the book. It's always been the Book and Bell. It's just, I mean, that's the name of the place. Theo, get down here. Uh,
I will.
the bartender yells. A boy of maybe 10 years of age, skinny to the point of looking almost malnourished, walks down the stairway and up to his father, who leans in real close to him. And he says, "Wipe the sleep out of your eyes and do some work for once. Bring their packs up to the room and make sure their beds are ready." He then lightly slaps the boy on the cheek as if to wake him up. Uh, it's evening. It's probably an hour or two before sunset. Um, he's just it's my son. He's a lazy oaf. But my lovely wife Leanne, love of my life, will take good care of you. She makes the best stew of all of Lawante. When you look at Leanne, she is probably the plainest looking human woman you have ever met. She has an unbreaking dour expression, and she brings out mediocre stew and passable ale. Yeah, probably.
I mean, we're not going to go hungry.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm
Uh,
just going to pour it down my gullet.
Yeah, he's covering dinner and breakfast, so I mean, typically peasants really only get like 2 meals a day. But if you guys would like to have a seat, Leanne will serve you.
I assume there's also bread served with it.
It's literally just bread and some stew.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of prejudice, can you guys make perception checks?
I can. Don't say that. It's roll 20. See? See? I'm just saying it's roll 20. It'll make it. It'll roll it lower.
Well.
Yep.
Yeah. Grum picks up a little bit of the resentment slash side eye from the three ruffians at the other table.
Make them go. Would
For
you like me to
30
make them go
silvers
away?
or 30 gold.
No, seriously. Would you like me to make them go away? I wasn't gonna kill them.
Uh,
I just smiled at them.
we do better with the more forceful of the types of diplomacy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you
Also,
can talk.
also, these guys are going to. I mean, I understand the side eyeing, but I walked up with a bastard sword and set it at the table with me.
None of them.
Okay.
None of them appear to be armed. They are just, you know, giving you guys side glances and whatnot. I mean, you can talk to Leanne and Kessler about them if you feel like it.
No, I'll let
Well,
them
actually, I
first.
will ask Leanne. Why do you keep serving them beer if they're not paying?
I would not serve them if Kessler did not tell me to. Well, why don't you go ask Kessler?
Okay, we'll do.
Oh no, the orc just went over. Yeah.
Hey, Kester. Well, you want to know what's funny is that makes me the face of the party.
Yeah. All right, let's
I'm not
see.
saying that I don't have any social skills.
Um, hey, Kester, come here for a second.
Kester will lean in and get into a whisper with you. He's like, yeah, what's up?
So, these guys, why do you keep serving them alcohol if they don't pay?
Oh, don't mind that oaf. I've been dealing with him all my life because he is my brother. Truth be told, most people in the town are at least distant relations to each other.
I mean, I understand that. I mean, kin is kin, unless they try killing you. I'm sorry. Well, the thing is, I mean, just don't serve them for a while. I mean, you don't have to cut them off completely. Just say leave and let them come back later when they're willing to pay you.
Well, I'd say my brother. It's definitely feast or famine. He'll go a year or two, with being an oaf, and then he'll make a big payday, and then he'll walk around town spending all of his money, and within 1 week it'll all be gone, and half of it will be, spent paying back his bar tab. The other half will be, spent over at the general store, or maybe on something. Maybe he'll travel back into town and he'll be much lighter afterwards. Maybe I'm just hoping that he gets a big payday one of these days and he pays me back.
But so he does pay you back.
Sometimes there can be very long periods of time between I mean, maybe if you can get the priest to buy those chains, maybe I'll see some of that money. Priest is pretty gullible. I think he might actually buy it.
Okay. Man. So which one was his brother? Giff?
Kestel. Oh, sorry.
Kest.
1 second. Kester's brother is. Yeah.
Giff? Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna move him one over to the right.
Uh,
I'll put him like that. We'll have Giff be the closest to you guys.
So I will walk up to Giff. Hey, Giff. Right? That's your name?
He he had his head turned to his left, chatting with his friends. He tipsily swings his head to the right and then looks up to you and goes, "Wait, what? What do you want?"
Listen. I heard your racket before. I mean, hey, I've seen some great things with people doing stuff like that. The church is always willing to buy, well, what do they call them? Relics? Yes, that's the word. We're always willing to buy relics. Man, why don't you go to the temple, the church that was here?
I mean, I'll go tomorrow, I guess. I just,
No.
gonna have.
Listen. What you need to do is don't do the whole bite on it, get rid of your headache thing. Ugh. What you should do is give him a good explanation of where you found this. And if you just found it in your cellar, I would change the location. But come up with a convincing story, like you're in the woods hunting. Or can you hunt in these woods? I'm not sure on this one.
All right, I'm gonna make this whole interaction a skill challenge, and I would
Okay.
like you to make uh, 2 bluff checks and 2 diplomacy checks.
Okay.
Yeah. hmm hmm Uh,
Technically, I do too.
yeah. Well, not so much lore forest, but
Yeah,
I think
that's more of a law, which I.
it'd be like thievery, deception, and diplomacy. Diplomacy to get his or law, I guess. But so we're gonna make this a skill social challenge.
Okay.
Grum is leading this. If the other two of you guys feel like interceding as well or are offering any support, you're also welcome to roll. The objective is 3 successes before 3 failures.
Okay. So I guess I'll try with giving him a convincing story. So deception.
Sure. Success.
Then I explain how a little bit since I'm not sure on the laws on here, but give him a feasible of what laws are, um, of a location of something he could do to expand on the story, give it a little bit more. Um, Basically, put a little more bread and butter thievery in this case.
He basically, he goes from kind of smirking at you and disregarding you to now he's leaning in and he's actually paying attention to your story. Do you have one more roll for me?
Okay, so now it's just more of to convince him that he should go that he should go to the church. That this will, I mean, this way you'll have more money to pay to buy your liquor to buy some liquor. Your brother would feel a little bit less more at ease. So diplomacy.
Less used.
That is so. For failures, is it 5 or more than 5?
Critical failures are 10 or more.
Oh, 10 or more. Okay, then it's just a normal failure.
Okay. Um, He didn't seem too thrilled at that one.
Well, he wasn't thrilled at the prospect of using the money to pay back his brother.
Okay. Uh. Hmm.
Did they ever bring that book to us to sign?
Oh
What was
yeah,
that?
well it's at the front. Yeah, it's assumed that you guys signed it.
Well, I'll explain that paying back his brother is in his best interest too, because it gives him survival opportunities. Because he does use his brother for food and drink, and having his brother happy at him keeps him alive longer.
Yeah.
Survival.
Yeah, he's just like, well, yeah, I guess you're right. I mean, honestly, there's only two places to get food in town. It's either, hot food here or dried goods over at the store. And, I mean, Leanne's cooking is slightly better than hardtack.
Hey, I meant, you ever go into an orca citadel? Their food can be quite disgusting.
It can be people.
I
I I can't confirm or deny that.
I can't honestly say that I've had orc cuisine, but I think I'll stick with the stew and bread crust essentially.
I like it better than orc cuisine myself.
Now that the um, mood of the room has turned from two tables that are suspicious of each other to, oh hey, let's, these guys are all right, let's have a drink together. It's at this point that there is a loud rumble of thunder as the storm starts up. A flash illuminates the tavern, and a man is standing in the doorway. The tavern doors squeak loudly back and forth. He is quite dapperly dressed, with spectacles and a fancy hat. Oh, I'm sorry, I gave him a monocle. With a monocle and a fancy hat. He has no obvious weapons, only armed with a smile that goes ear to ear. The bartender perks up and brushes off his apron. He has a serious expression as he greets the man, who approaches the bar. It's a small room, so you can't but overhear their conversation despite the torrential downpour outside. I am looking for a room for the night, as well as a blacksmith, says the smiling man. Well, I can help you with the room, but there's no blacksmith in town. The man says, what about outside of town? The bartender pauses and squints. What would you want with a blacksmith that might hypothetically be in the ruins outside of town? The smiling man produces a paper bearing the royal seal. I am conducting an investigation. Your cooperation is required. The bartender leans back from the bar and says, well then, you'll need to talk to Father Godfrey in the morning. He knows the fella you are seeking. In the meantime, can I offer you our finest room? 10 silver pieces for the night with dinner and breakfast acceptable for someone from the capital. That will suffice. The man, pays his silver, he signs his name in the book, and then he proceeds to take a seat at the table.
I'm gonna lean into Dallas's character. We might have a problem. I don't want to find out. It's not a. Oh no! But we should set watches tonight.
You're also fatigued, so yeah, it actually prevents you from making lots of actions in exploration mode if you have the fatigue condition. So but I mean, you don't know who this man besides he's probably some sort of government official or agent or something. You're not in trouble with the government. You're in trouble with some townsfolk, but I mean, it's the same day you've been run out of town, so word probably hasn't. First of all, word probably hasn't reached the capital yet. Also, it's probably not significant enough to reach the capital because that'd be like a couple days ride on horseback, and you guys are fleeing on foot. So I don't think word has gotten from the capital that someone was dispensed and then got to the edge of the empire. So
Well, he might have gone through the same town as we came from.
it is highly probable that he came since the encounter that set you off uh, was we went from another small thorp to the town that's adjacent to this small thorp. It is highly doubtful that the route from the capital took him to the small thorp, but he did pass through the small town on his way here recently, right after you. So he must have been, I don't know, maybe just like an hour or so behind you. You okay? Actually, go ahead and make perception checks. All right. Karik, this man really hasn't given you guys much of a second glance. I don't think this person knows you, and if he was given your descriptions, he would instantly recognize you guys. So
Yeah, we are
he
a
is.
motley crew.
I mean, he's sitting there, and he's been handed some, a plate of game, and he seems to be like just sitting there enjoying himself. He brought out like he has a little handkerchief he places on his lap and pulls out some nice silverware. He doesn't use like the wooden fork and
Carry silverware?
yeah, he's carrying like but it's not actually silver. It's not like actually silver, but he's got like this yeah, stainless steel. He's a dapper fellow, nice clothes, monocle, hat. He just paid 10 silver for a really nice room.
Works for the
Like,
crown, is fine traveling off into the middle of nowhere by himself.
yeah, he doesn't look like a sheriff trying to ring you in. He's not even armed.
Well, as far as we know. Yeah,
That
he
is
might
true.
be a spellcaster. I mean, he could be Clint of the Eastwood for all we know.
Right now,
Yeah,
I'm too tired to worry about it.
Yeah, I'll just keep an eye on him.
And
Are we just gonna go walk
how
for
I met you the
extension?
first, and like how I met you the first time, it wouldn't be the first time I was in jail.
I'm not worried about jail. I just want to get ran out of another town. I need to rest before I go on.
Well,
you guys are.
yeah, right now we haven't done anything.
Well, as I
We had
said,
some conversation.
I
You
think it
guys
would
are
be.
almost broke as well, so just keep that in mind.
Yeah. He's asked for information. I don't think that we should directly work with an agent of the crown if we are wanted for minor transgressions. Let's wait for him to actually need help first. I suspect that the local hooligans might attempt some shenanigans. Maybe. You mean Griff?
No,
Or
B.
Giff? Oh, Grum's on their side. Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, honestly, this all could wait till we get some sleep.
Gif will kind of stand up and start interacting with the man. He'll uh, put his cup on the table and leaning forward on it because he's a little tipsy right now. Hey, I wouldn't go out to those ruins, man. That man is a wild animal. He's dangerous. He's so fierce. They call him the Hammer. And the guy doesn't say anything, but he does like turn his head and look up all quizzically at Gif. Gif was waiting for him to say anything, but the man sitting at the table remained silent.
Honestly surprised GIF isn't trying to sell this guy the thing for some silver. Give it time.
After about a moment, the guy says, "I just need to go there to carry out a search of the property. That's all." Well, is there something of value there? I'm sorry, that is confidential. Uh, all right. Well, then Gif
Like
will.
he's a blacksmith, though. So being called the Hammer just means that he's a blacksmith.
So Gif will sit back at his table. The three men are essentially leaning into each other and whispering. But again, it's a very small room, and if you perk your ears up, you could potentially easily listen in.
I don't have ears, but I will listen.
Actually,
mean-
all three of you guys succeeded. The DC for this was only 12. It's a very small room, and there's no music going on, so it's like, yeah, there's the occasional thunder, but you can pick up the majority of their conversation. You hear um, a little bit of gossip. Uh, the gift says, "I heard the man was a deserter from the war, stole his entire company's wages, a chest filled with silver. He hasn't spent it in town, so it still must be there."
Do you say war?
We would be fools to go there. Well, maybe the three of us could take one man, especially if he doesn't know we are coming. And we're gonna need to get weapons, though. I might know where I could find one. And then they kind of like very inconspicuously suddenly lean back and pretend like they weren't whispering each other, and they all take a sip of the drink at the same time and don't act suspicious at all.
Hey Tom, I have warfare lore.
Yes,
Am I
make your
familiar with any notable deserters from the last war?
yeah. Go ahead and make a roll because that is plot.
Not bad.
Well, I mean, you get the base the DC 10 stuff, not the DC 15 stuff. So DC 10 about 15 years ago, a war with the Wood Elves in the East broke out. It lasted 7 years when an armistice was reached and new borders were agreed upon. Does anyone else have the appropriate skill or like knowledge society or other stuff like that? Yes, go ahead and make a society roll. And if you can at least give him a support. Okay. Well, I'll give you one other tidbit, but I won't give you the last bit. Um, Thematically, for centuries, the race of man kept expanding eastward. They were leveling forests and constructing towns and villages. Human civilization crept closer and closer to the woods, to the wood elf settlements. It was really only a matter of time before fighting broke out. This war didn't have many large battles. Mostly each side just raiding each other's villages. Countless atrocities were committed on both sides, but it was the invention of firearms that ultimately forced the elves to sue for peace. They gave out a significant amount of land.
Guns. Guns, man.
And so the whole concept of firearms was just introduced in the past few years of the war, in the last few years of the war. So most of you, I don't think you guys have actually seen one. You just know that that's the military suddenly got them, and then the war was over. Yep.
Good eating.
They're a little bit on the lean side, but yeah. There's actually not that much meat on them bones, so to speak.
Oh, but you boil the bones to make elf broth.
Yeah.
Okay, I will make cannibalism jokes while playing D&D. So it's just something I do. Because
Well,
there
if you're
are
playing a
races that
monstrous
just
race.
eat people.
Yeah. I mean, orcs and giant lizards and dragons. Yeah, makes sense. Are you guys going to interact with any of the NPCs?
Gonna have to pass on that one. Well, if you think you could successfully pump him for information, but with I don't think we should let the 3 drunken idiots go out there, though. Because they're going to draw attention to the area, because if it's very important, this guy might call for backup by some means, and we don't want to have a bunch of soldiers going around asking questions, now do we? Say that we have dibs on robbing the hammer.
We just made friends with them. We do not want to make enemies with them.
Oh, you just tell them advice. Say, hey, we've already gotten that plan. If you step on our way, we'll have to break your legs. Listen, I never claimed to be friendly.
I don't really want to coerce them. Not quite yet. Okay, I'll talk to him one more time, and then I'm going to bed. So once again, I will go up to my new friends. Hello there. Now, I know you guys also heard what Fancy Pants is doing over there. And I understand that you may want to look for any possible wealth that happens to be there. But this guy gives me the willies.
What is the appropriate Willy's role in this game?
It does.
No, like, what sort of role would you make to sense whether or not a person gives you the willies? Yeah.
Well, insight is works just like sense motive,
Yeah.
which is now our perception.
Okay. What are you trying to convince GIF of?
That I don't think that any plans that he might have, at least at this current moment, would be advisable. Because if this guy's as scary as I think he might be, it could end up badly for him and his friends. And I do not want to see them hurt. Not after I came up with a fucking good plan for them to use.
Wasted effort.
One second. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Middle of the road.
GIF leans back and says, "I don't know what you're talking about."
So, this will be the last thing I say, and this is just because I would rather you do the plan we worked on for my own pride's sake, probably more than anything, is that I don't think it will end well for you. And I kind of want to make this more serious. I'm not trying to actually intimidate them, but I want to put a point to it.
Well, you're actually giving sound advice here. Getting
I know.
involved in a royal investigator by going and robbing some guy that you're already slightly, maybe intimidated by isn't a good idea. Especially if you're a war veteran in a long war, the guy's gonna have some skills. We're actually doing the good thing here.
I'm actually doing my best not to acknowledge that I actually heard them.
Oh, yeah.
So Giff leans back and says, "Okay, I think you should go back to your table."
At least this will be my last thing, and I'm going to go to bed. At least give it a day before you decide. Let your heads clear up a little bit more. And with that, I will walk upstairs.
I will record maneuver off. And then go upstairs as well. Could we take a 5 to 10 minute break? I need to use the restroom.
While you're doing that, taking your 5 to 10 minute break, and Darius is the last person to leave the table, the man will actually wave over at Darius for a second.
Okay. Since I went upstairs, I won't mind missing that. I am going to put a stop place inside of the recording so I can divvy this up for YouTube later. But it'll still be recording you guys.
So he leans in, takes a look over at Gift's table, then over at you guys. He says, "I've come early ahead of my support to start work on an investigation. I don't have any proclivities nor aptitude in having a confrontation. Um, I could have the region sheriffs here in a few days to handle such matters if they're warranted. However, I find that ensuring their cooperation has been unreliable. Sometimes I have to rely on conscripting locals, but I'm not too keen on the current bunch for the task at hand. I was wondering if I might be able to conscript you fellows in assisting with my investigation." A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. I mean, I can just, wait for my support to come, but that's gonna give them several days, and I'd rather have the situation taken care of without me having to lose face in bringing in, the sheriffs. And it'll probably be cheaper, gonna be honest with you. Yeah, they're gonna say like, yeah, I'll be in town until the investigation is concluded. Very good then. I eagerly await the morning. I have also traveled quite a bit this evening. Yeah. Now also make another perception check. Yeah. So, you guys look like shit because you've been running pretty much the entire day, through the mud and everything. And pretty much everyone else here is all covered in mud and shit. And this is like, the King of England walking in. You're like, oh, it's the King of England. Well, what makes you say that? Because he's covered in shit. And like, oh yeah, this guy clearly did a hard day's travel, and still came out smelling like roses. All right. I look forward to resuming our conversation in the morning. Please let me know one way or another. I would rather not have to rely on trying to. Yeah. Yeah. As you're standing up, Kester mutters, "It's bad enough the government keeps raising our taxes. We don't need this nonsense in our small town." And he seems a little bit upset with the situation, but he's not saying anything beyond that.
Heck, my stream just hiccuped.
Okay.
Okay, that should fix it. That's weird. We might have lost a little bit of that conversation in the stream. Sorry if we did. Yeah, I bet like a 30-second delay on it, so it'll just add mystery to the video. Yeah, I think it's just OBS being OBS. I mean, the NVIDIA card that I have does not support driver-based streaming because it's not quite the version that NVIDIA decided to put that feature in with. Yeah.
Are you guys returned from your break and ready to start the morning?
Yep.
I am.
Okay.
I will literally be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Your night was very restful, much needed after your arduous suretying the day before. Unfortunately, you weren't able to sleep in as late as you would like because the church bell at dawn signals the start of the workday for the common folk. When you come down the stairs, you see the man is up bright and early. Leanne is attending to Theo. Theo has apparently has a black eye and a bloody nose right now. And Kester is looking. He more even more or dour or not dour. What's the scowl on his face is particularly scowly this morning. As you walk down the stairs, the man says, "Ah, gentlemen." The man nods.
Howdy.
Oh, I missed a T there. I meant to tilt my head, not tills my head.
Okay. The man nods to each one of you.
About.
I am fine with a job.
Oh,
I meant
work?
maybe
Yeah.
we could stop those idiots from getting themselves killed.
I suspect that they might be devious enough to be successful, but cause more problems in their actions. We could just simply encourage them not to take their actions.
Well, that's why I was talking about is maybe we can be a little more forceful in our conversations. Yes, but I have a feeling if we do accept, no, we never got a name, this gentleman's request, that we'll run into them.
Oh, Tom, could you make it where we can see each other's nameplates? It will make things easier for anybody who's watching.
The nameplates are now on. You can populate them. That's one nameplate on, populated, save, and
Yay!
character, nameplate, player permissions, and see. There you go.
Thank you. Ah, I want to take your name off there, the second part, Dallas. It's kind of long.
Yeah, that's fine. I am awarding Ogre a hero point for excellent role playing with the guys earlier. Keep in mind, I'm going to be very liberal on handing out the hero points. Your maximum is 3, so feel free to burn them for rerolls as needed.
So I'll flip a chair around and squat down on it. So, you said work?
It's very simple. I need you to go to the ruins and investigate the area and report back if you find anything or anyone.
So what about this supposed blacksmith?
Yes, the hammer.
I know very little about the specifics. I suggest that you ask around town and gather the information. As in, I just got here last night and woke up this morning, so I haven't really begun my investigation in earnest. But I'm sure if you find gentlemen ask around, you'll probably get some information. Apparently, those ruffians knew about his background, and maybe there's someone in town that will point you in the right direction to track him down.
Yeah, Gift said
What
he
I'm
was
wondering
a
more of
deserter.
is if he's there and he is hostile.
He looks at Grum and Tariq and kind of smirks a little bit.
So
No, that's
my
you would
last
be fine. You would be fine with our handling of him. Is more of what I was getting at. Sometimes, let's just say that people want us to be a little gentle. It's kind of hard for me and Gary here.
Do you want him alive or dead?
I just want you to search the property and report back what and who you find.
Okay, that works for me.
Can we get breakfast? Breakfast?
Yes. Leanne was attending to Theo. You can see that Theo has a bloody, as I mentioned earlier, has black eye and bloody nose. Leanne was attending to Theo, and then eventually Theo kind of throws like a little bit of a hissy fit and like runs out the door. And acts like an
Teenager?
angsty teenager. So, or preteen at this point. He's probably maybe 12. Yeah. Well,
Is your
Leanne's
son
like,
all right?
no, he's not all right. I mean, I don't know if he was being bullied or if he was the one bullying this time. I don't know. I just have a seat. I'll bring out your breakfast in just a little bit.
I
And
don't think
she
he's the bully.
goes,
He's too.
Don't let appearances fool you.
He's small.
Yes, I know.
and well, I mean, you literally haven't seen any of the other townsfolk because you came kind of later in the evening when it was about to rain and no one was really
Sure,
out.
when we're asking around, we'll hear about it anyway.
Leanne will bring out your guys' food. You guys get like normal food, and he gets like sausage and like actual good food.
I will salivate at the sausage. didn't have this job, I would have went hunting today. And then I'll kind of just bend my head down into my bowl of porridge.
Did you guys have any other questions for Kester and Leanne before you guys leave?
Well, well, they said that the priest knows more about him, so let's go talk to the priest.
You're the face people. I have one social skill, and it's very barbarian.
So, Leon, what can you tell us anything about this blacksmith that's out there?
She looks at her husband and then kind of looks at you guys and looks at her husband and doesn't like. She seems nervous and she just kind of walks off and goes
Okay,
upstairs.
I get up from the chair, walk over. Tell me about the blacksmith.
He
This is neutral mode. You will see the friendliest the lizard can be if it goes sour.
As I told the dapper gentleman over there, because he's like trying to be diplomatic because you guys are like literally his only paying client. So he actually he needs this, and you guys are gonna stay here for a while. So he's trying to be as diplomatic as possible. And says, "Well, I mean, the locals avoid that place. It just brings trouble. Like,
What kind of trouble?
all right, well, okay, okay. So it's that smithy. It's in ruin. You're not going to find anything of value there. During the war, everything was melted down to make weapons, from the cooking pots to the church bell. This is a really poor town. Like, there's those ruins are ransacked. I don't think there's anything of value there.
You have a church bell here.
Well, I mean, that was 7 years ago. They burnt down the. They had to smelt down the church bell at the time, as well as all my cooking pots. Most of the we don't actually really have any farming out here because most of the farm equipment was any piece of scrap metal was smelted down in order to make more weapons.
Why'd your wife run away?
Uh, she she knows what's good for her.
I sense undertones to this response.
I know.
I would like to perceive on this as a sense motive.
I will join you on that one.
Well, you did see him slap Theo last night.
Yeah, the kid might have been lazy.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah. Honestly, we're hard people. We expect a little smacking around of the kid. But,
So
that's...
Well, there's not nothing out there. The devil lives out there.
Like
Well,
you
I
were a
mean,
demon.
he actually thinks about the irony of his statement when he's saying it to you. But I mean, we're a small town and we have our superstitions.
Alright. I'll finish the last of my bowl of morning porridge, set it down, and as I push it with one long, spindly claw across over to him, you should be kinder to those that are kind close to you. And then I will come over here and start putting on my backpack, stretching a bit, getting ready for walking around.
I will move you back to the cityscape and then read some more atmosphere.
I'm gonna zoom out.
Yep.
Doop, doop.
I'll zoom out to 100%. There we go.
Oh, it's a little far.
After stepping outside and spending a moment to soak in the town during the day, you can see there's a bit of hustle and bustle among the human villagers as they labor away. There doesn't seem to be guards nor any particularly burly villagers capable of a real fight, save for one woman sitting on a chair outside the general store.
Actually, is the kid still around? Who's the
You do
kid?
not see the child. He has run off.
We can just ask if they know where his runoff place is. I'm sure the parents don't, but everyone else will. We'll need
Well,
to talk to some
we
kids
have an
to figure out
obvious
where it
person
is.
to talk to.
Yeah, let's go
Yeah.
talk to the general store lady.
All right. I will move you in front of the shop. 1 second. I need to grab the right tokens, not your earlier tokens. Delete.
These are the blank tokens.
Delete. Delete.
Ah!
Disappear
hey-
into the aether.
Hey,
And I'm
hey,
gonna grab
Tom.
you guys. 1 second.
Uh,
Give me a second. Yeah, well, you could see where I got this.
yeah.
There you go. I did not remove the watermark. I will put the face in front and the two burly people behind. Because I'm assuming that's the way that you guys like to walk.
Yeah. No,
Oh,
ogre
well,
is the face. The orc is the face.
Okay. So you approach the general store. Well, actually, I have the dialogue. As you approach the general store, you see a red-headed woman dressed in banded mail armor, sitting next to the entrance in a rocking chair. She is chewing a blade of grass and whittling on a piece of wood with a small knife. She is short but very stocky, probably in her 30s. Her feet sit atop a long, narrow wooden box. She looks up from her whittling, uh, narrows her eyes, and says, "You best be watching yourself in this community. We don't take kindly to outsiders here. Don't be causing no trouble in the store." Very good then. But if you're not going to be sticking around and pulling your weight in the community, it's best you shove off. No? Go ahead and make a knowledge society or knowledge warfare or the appropriate military knowledge. Or knowledge society. Oh, the DCs were 10/15. You can see that her armor bears a military insignia. And then you were talking about. Then she responds, "Yeah, I fought in the war. No, I don't want to talk about it."
Well, that's fine. What we actually came here to do is to talk about the ruins.
No, I don't really know anything about the ruins and stuff. I came here pretty recently, so
I meant the villagers seem to steer clear of it.
again, I don't know very much about the ruins or uh the actually make a perception check.
Oh,
Uh, she kind of gives a quizzical look, like she actually doesn't know anything about the hammer. Yeah, well, her eyes like start to squint when you say war deserter, as in just
Well,
just go inside and spend some money. And she like goes back to her whittling.
uh, one
If
more
you,
thing before we do go in there and spend some money. Have you seen the Tavern Keeper's Boy?
Uh, One second, let me look at the map. Yeah, I mean it's literally across the street. So it's like, yeah, the kid came out of the tavern a little while ago and then ran off into the woods and kind of gestures like northwards ish.
Okay, it's just that he had a black eye and bloody nose. It's just wanted to see if he was okay, but you know how kids are.
Yeah, well, I mean he rightfully had one.
oh,
Probably deserved it.
what do you think he did?
I don't go get myself involved in the local matters. I just, you know, I just watch the shop. That's all I do. I'm not getting involved with any domestic dispute between, kids and whatnot.
Okay, okay. Um, let's actually go visit the shop. So I will go into the shop.
Okay. I will do some revealing as you
I'm
open the
gonna
door.
sit underneath this tree.
Okay. I will reveal. You can see the shop, and you can see the dude. Inside, you see a typical small town general store. You can find the majority of goods, sundries, and basic tools that one could reasonably require. The only thing that is not typical is the prices. If you wish to purchase anything, the costs are double of what it's listed in the player's handbook. The shopkeeper is a strange fellow. Your first thought is he's a short and very stocky man, but in actuality, he is a rather slender, frail dwarf. He has silver hair and wears a travel stained clothing and a wide brimmed hat. He's also the first non human you've seen in town. He's got the big shit eating grin of a shopkeeper as you walk in and are kind of eyeballing at his wares.
Uh, Howdy, my good merchant.
Why, hello there. Ames Spinay is my name. If you need it, I got it. If I don't got it, I can get it to you for the right price. His smile is unbreaking.
It's all about customer service, guys.
Now, what about weapons?
Yeah, if you want to get some weapons, I can get you some weapons. We got, I don't think you're looking for no peasant weapons like them, like a little dagger or a little pitchfork or something. You want some serious, dwarven steel.
Yes, yes, yes.
I can put in an order and we can have it shipped out here in maybe a week. Are you looking for commission work? What are you looking for? Tell me, tell me, tell me, tell me.
Um, well, it's more of we'll be staying in the area for a while, and you know how it is when you do certain work. Sometimes weapons get broken, and then you need replacements.
Well, I mean, there's weapons and then there's weapons. And he
Uh,
does like the whole eyebrow thingy, like so.
Listen, you can never have enough sharp objects and/or
so
blunt objects.
he opens up by saying, I set up shop here about 5 years ago. This community was underserved, and by introducing commerce, they've really begun to thrive. Just like when the dwarves introduced guns to the humans so they could win the war against those blasted barbarian wood elves. he says while spitting.
Wait.
Well, I mean, the dwarves and wood elves are natural enemies, like humans and wood elves, and high elves and wood elves, and wood elves and other wood elf tribes. You know, damn wood elves.
Are they keeping back progress, Tom?
Yeah. I mean, we just gotta continue expanding eastward. Now, while I'm a long way from the Dwarven Mountains to the distant west, I follow opportunity and coin. The lumberjacks over yonder come in regularly and stock up on supplies. It fills my heart with joy knowing that their sacred trees are being felled, all in the name of industry and progress. As long as the wood elves stay on their side of the river, I feel safe enough in town. You won't catch me wandering around in those blasted woods, though. Yeah, right. I mean, I stay out of the town's affairs, and Annette keeps town's affairs out of my shop, if you know what I mean. I wonderful lady. She I don't really have to deal with any problems with her outside and my my ingenuity. Uh, I will allow Dallas to make a raw intelligence check. Nope. No, never mind then.
Roll20 just doesn't like you.
Nope, I'll give it to you. Now, DC was 12. You start to put two and two together. You're like, let's see, woman from military, introduced guns, dwarves. The box at her feet. Well, that lady's got a gun. Well, and the knife that she was whittling wood with, but yeah, so.
You mean bayonet?
It's basically a bayonet.
Might not know my societies, but I do know my sharp objects. Mhm.
The man sits there and does that. If you guys saw Inglorious Bastards, if you remember that, the smile from the one villain character. Yeah, Hans Landa. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's just sitting there with that shit-eating smile.
Oh, were any of you guys watching the stream as I'm doing it?
No.
Well,
Okay.
I'm focused on at my screen, all my notes and stuff. So
Yeah. It hiccuped and bumped people off. Oh no, watch your own then.
fair enough. Guys,
True.
let's not tangent too much.
Yes.
Sorry. I just noticed that it said there was no one connected and it confused me for a minute. Because no, I'm not. I changed that. Oh,
Also, I'm also going to
Sorry.
remind you for a second time to not get off topic. Let's try to stay in character and focused.
So, what I'm looking for is one of those uh, boar spears. No, the really long ones.
Ooh, you want a big old spear? I got a big old spear. Just I'll go get you a big old spear. And he'll kind of trundle his way over into the back room, and then you'll hear some rummaging and stuff. And after a moment, he'll trundle his way back out with kind of like how you're trying to move like a really large piece of furniture really awkwardly. So you see like the
Yeah.
spearhead like speak out, then he has to like kind of turn the corner with it and whatnot. He'll come out with a long spear, and you can buy a long spear at double book price.
Let's actually see. I don't think I can afford one at the moment. Mm. Um. Okay, I actually will. I actually will take it.
Okay.
I do have. And hey, why I'm giving him the gold piece? Um. Uh. So, my friend, have you heard about that? The ruins. We heard it once. It was a smithy of some sort, or maybe that there's a smith there now.
Oh, he's actually go ahead and make a perception check when you mention him.
Okay.
Well, the two of you guys.
I'm outside, if you remember.
Yeah, Annette, and you guys are kind of having like a half stare down, like as in she's still whittling and not trying to pay attention to you, but she's clearly paying attention to you, and you're clearly looking through the window, but you're also kind of paying attention to Annette.
I'm glancing at the window
Yeah.
as well, in case they didn't tell me that they were going to rob the place.
Oh yeah, this dwarf knows the blacksmith. 100%, like 100%, as he hands you a spear, and this is a frail um shopkeeper dwarf. He's not like a swole blacksmith dwarf.
Um.
Uh, I mean, I mean, do you want to like press him for information or?
So let me first say that this isn't a nice spear. I was working on getting one. The last town we were at, but complications. So the reason I ask is you see um three, well, let's put it lightly, idiots think that said person has, well, some kind of hidden treasure there, and they may try to rough him up. I do not wish that, but even if he can take care of himself, I would like to intercept them and keep them from doing something stupid.
Which three reference are you talking about here? He he smirks and says, "Oh, I doubt that will be a problem."
Well, like I said, I wasn't sure if I wasn't totally sure that they could take anyone there if there was anyone there. But at the same time, there is someone who is interested in that place and has actually sent us to look at it. Personally, I don't give a flying monkey's butt about who's there and what he does.
Uh,
Mm-hmm.
he sits there with his big shit-eating grin on his face, his expression completely unmoving. Are you going to try to make some rolls to try to press him for information, one way or another?
Yeah, why not? Why not? So, listen. First off, thank you for the spear. Second off, if you could give us some information that maybe we could have a peaceful conversation with this said blacksmith, I would rather not fight him. I meant I
All
meant
right, all right.
future business for both of us.
Dallas, you want to try to make any sort of roll? So the skill challenges aren't single one roll failures. It's now like you have to, because you're having a conversation with them. You make multiple rolls, and you need to have a certain amount of successes before you have a certain amount of failures. That counts as a failure by 10, so it counts. So it's a crit fail, so it counts as 2 failures. But it's still not the threshold for him to kick you out of the shop. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm going to give you a circumstance bonus, and so it's not going to be a crit failure. It's just going to be a normal failure because you are a paying customer. Or you can get a sure. You can pay twice the listed book price for any item that you can normally get in the player's handbook. Mm.
I can
Yeah.
actually answer that for you
Okay.
because I have one.
Do you guys want to continue to make skill checks? It can be the same roll. You don't have to change the roll. But it's representing an extended conversation and not just a single sentence. Any skill that you can reasonably argue that would be sufficient for this sort of conversation.
Well, that's D&D.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, that's the
Oh,
Pathfinder rules.
it's how second edition works now. So, all right. Make any sort of roll. Yep. Crafting. I'll do that. You can come up with the crafting ship. All right. Well, uh, so you guys have 2
No.
failures. You guys can keep rolling.
Ramesh? Okay,
Yeah.
listen. The thing is, we don't want to be angry and do the typical orc thing of threaten you, but the thing is, if we can have a general good meeting with this person, this might end peacefully.
Okay. Go ahead and make a roll. Intimidating. His smile gets even more shit-eating grinning as you can, as he like leans back slightly. So you have 1 success and 2 failures. So keep rolling. You don't have to role play out each roll, but you can.
Right.
You do need to do some extended rolls.
Okay, so
No, you can make a craft. You can make more crafting rolls. It's fine. Yeah. That, no, that's still a success. Still a success. Cool. Yeah. So it's 2 failures, 2 successes.
no, I'm gonna basically get animated and kind of hop back and forth,
Hmm.
and just to explain my thing. So in this case, I'm using athletics.
Okay. Go ahead. He's like, Annette Deary and Annette outside will turn to John. He'll point.
I'll take care of it.
She'll point his finger at the lizard man and say, "Stay." Uh, wait. She's ordering you to stay where you are.
Why?
She is making an intimidate check. You are welcome to make an opposed roll.
With intimidate?
Yeah, you can make intimidate.
Okay, let's see me roll horribly.
I mean, so beat her. So you won the intimidate off.
I'll drag him out. You can and go ahead and take this easy.
Okay, so you step into the shop.
Bouncing, you guys. Come on.
And as you guys,
after being all animated, I'll kind of brush off my my suit and walk off.
as you guys are leaving the shop, you can see that she has a gun loaded and her bayonet is attached as she's eyeing you guys.
You got kicked out of the shop. The only shop in the entire town you two have now gotten kicked out of.
Gonna have to spend some money.
Mm-hmm.
We could find a couple of the children and ask them if they know where the kid might be hiding at, or we could just go and track him.
Yeah.
Honestly, Giff and his crew probably left. Well, actually, they might not be sober and awake yet. We should probably figure out where they're at and see if.
Well, why don't we talk? Why don't we talk to the church? I mean, the shopkeeper actually knew about the. Yeah.
Oh, how much was the spear?
1 gold.
It's not like double the price.
It's exactly double the price.
Why the hell is everything so expensive in this town?
There's nothing here.
Somebody's pulling some nonsense.
Well, there's nothing here either. I meant, think about how much money they'll have to pull to get stuff here. Though maybe not quite as much if they're using this local blacksmith.
I mean, they don't have a blacksmith, but if he's got an agreement to only sell through that shop, which it looks like that's the case. Oh, also, is there a maker's mark on that? Yeah.
Actually, make a investigate a skill? Yes, investigate's a skill. Yeah, and perception is more of like your spatial awareness, but investigate's more of like, it's the DC isn't hard because you're physically holding your hand.
Yeah. Investigate?
There's no investigate.
Oh, there's no investigate. Wrong edition.
Character sheet. Crafting. Yeah, go ahead and make a crafting check.
Behold my massive. Wait, how the hell did I do that? Well,
with a nat 20 and then -1, you find a maker's mark. It has a hammer on it.
Anybody got a piece of parchment and a little bit of charcoal? Actually, we can just show the maker's mark to the guy. Our employer. Well, we have a reason to go there. Well, we need to, yeah, go to the blacksmith. Did you make this? Can we get it for a better price than through the overpriced dwarf store? They got kicked out.
Let's go to the church, find out what the priest knows.
Yeah, we should also, as I say, ask the priest if he knows where Giff lives at, so we can go pay a visit to him while he's waking up hungover.
Well, if he has the chain here, we know that he's already visited.
True. Should we tell him that we know it's worthless? Although the guy actually, he might be doing this. He knows about who that guy is up in the ruins. Maybe he's just been searching the ruins repeatedly and finding random pieces of treasure that have just been dropped. But he's having to avoid the guy, and that's the reason why he can't do it all the time. That being an alcoholic.
Are you guys ready to have me drag you to the church map?
Yes.
Yes, I would like to go to church. Who is the deity that this church is?
That is a great question. Let me scroll to that section and go ahead and make a knowledge religion roll.
We automatically know that it's not the god that we know that that we worship.
Yeah, obviously.
Oh shit.
Oh wow.
I know which god that is.
Cool. So the church seems much better kept than the rest of the buildings in town. The paint is probably less than a decade old, and the bell is exceptionally shiny as it glints from the morning sun. There's enough seating in the pews for maybe 60 people. With your knowledge religion check, I'm going to give you all the information. You see the holy symbol of Aristil. Unlike many other good deities, Aristil does not send his followers out into the world to fight and crush evil. Eschewing crusades and other ventures that take his followers away from their homes, Aristil watches over those who devote their lives to family and community. He is primarily an agricultural deity, specifically focusing on those aspects of nature that can either be tamed or are of use to his followers. His domain encompasses the plants and animals that farmers, hunters, and ranchers deal with their everyday lives. While he is a protective deity, Aristil steps in only when quiet pastoral lives are threatened. He desires his followers to live their lives in peace, with no risk of being conscripted into armies, devoured by monsters, or destroyed by magic.
Well,
No,
Not
god
quite.
of god of small town, and
yeah,
devotion of your life to community and whatnot.
it is a community deity. Um, I worship a deity of heroes.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm trying to look up because I wrote it down and I can't remember what he's about.
Who?
Regathiel.
All right, I'm gonna
Sorry.
drag
Yeah,
the party
Regathiel is the name.
northward. So I'm just gonna
Devourer?
drag you northward.
No.
All right, you are uh, greeted by an elderly nun who introduces herself as Sister Catherine. She brings you to see. Oh, actually, okay. Yeah, so she introduces herself as Sister Catherine.
Hello, sister.
I don't believe I've seen you fellows before. Didn't see you at Mass.
I'm sorry, I do not follow this deity.
We did not see you at Mass this morning.
I follow Gazra, so I tend to go out in the wilds to pray.
But
Regathiel is who I worship.
the or this evening. We have Mass in the mornings and the evenings every day, 7 days a week. She perks up a little bit. Oh, I imagine you're here to speak to Father Godfrey.
Yes.
And you?
Well,
How
we
are
were
you
told.
today?
Okay, that's actually
I'm,
smart. Be nice. No, go ahead.
I'm fine. I'm fine. She's quite old and like unsure of himself, unsure of the orc and the dragon man, but the actual the literal devil in front of her that's acting all charming doesn't bring any suspect to her whatsoever.
It's a demon, not a devil.
Actually,
I mean,
are you a demon or devil, or do you know? Okay,
He doesn't even know.
I admit that was bad on my part. I never asked. I apologize for that, my friend.
Weimer,
right this way, gentlemen.
Okay.
uh,
Actually,
would,
as we're walking by, do we see the chains anywhere laying around?
You guys walk into what clearly looks to be her office.
it seems to be
And
very
then,
dark in here.
oh, did I not reveal?
It did
Nope.
not reveal.
Oh, reveal. There we go. She walks into what is very clearly her office. Before this looks like a secretary's office. Before opening the door to a much, much, much larger room.
They're very much into pentacles, aren't they?
Yeah. I will drag the party over. Now.
Wait.
Now,
What I think I see.
if you could call Catherine elderly, By extension, the correct label for Father Godfrey would be decrepit. His beard droops down to his knees. He is currently holding a familiar link of chains and is unsuccessfully attempting to gnaw on it. The chains clatter as he sets them down on the desk. Oh, I was notified of your arrival. It was good for you to come and introduce yourselves, unlike that fool of a government official. Let's just say we have a particular way of doing things in my village, and we are very wary of outsiders who don't make themselves known to the community.
Well, then let me say thank you for welcoming us. My name is Grum.
I'm Karik, brood of Sisbach.
And you have probably heard of me. I'm Father Godfrey, and I like to think I oversee my little flock at this village. We do hold services at sunrise and sunset every day of the week. So if you're sticking around, it'd be prudent to attend one or the other. Better to attend both, actually.
Sister Catherine was just telling us of your services.
And
I am sorry,
Yeah.
Father Godfrey. I cannot offer worship to your deity. I follow another.
It's not about you worshiping the deity, it's about you respecting the traditions of the local community. And if you are going to be staying at the community for any extended period of time, it is expected of you to make your appearances during Mass, either at sunrise or sunset, or better yet, both. But one or the other will suffice. You know, people do have their work schedules.
Are you saying that you expect me to lie?
I expect you to
Mm,
listen to our sermons about the importance of, contributing to one communities. In fact, if you're looking for honest work, there's actually a lumber camp about an hour's walk down the trail to the west. A few wagons come through every week to pick up the lumber. You actually just missed them today. The trees in the woods are ancient and strong, and some of the finest craftsmen seek them out. They're very very valuable. So if you want to like honest work, there's actually a logging camp nearby.
Yeah, it's
I,
actually working for the agent of the crown that you mentioned earlier.
Oh, that gets the harumph sort of attitude out of him.
um,
I mean,
This community is a community that belongs to a larger community.
well, I do understand of what you're saying about viewing the community. I will, while I do not follow the same deity as you, I see no reason that I cannot explore your faith. At least witness your faith.
uh, the the only thing that is required is your attendance. It is expected of every member of the community to attend, and give their um, you know, show their support for the community.
But
Make a perception check.
yeah,
He wants alms in his collection plate. That's what this is. Yeah. Well, it's not just this other thing. As far as like medieval and even up through the Age of Enlightenment, no, it was expected if you were in the community to show up to the church.
It's twofold. It's that, yeah, it's expected to be seen at church, but it's also like if everyone is going to church and listening to Father Godfrey all the time, it kind of like elevates his status, and there's like no exceptions to the rule and stuff. So if some people stop attending, then other people won't attend. And also the alms thing. And you actually have to think like it's so at every mass there's going to be a alms plate handed out, and most of the villagers are putting out like a copper. But the average wage of a villager on any given day for random unskilled labor is like 10 copper pieces. So between your alms, your taxes, and the inexorbitant rates, like you're starting to put two to two in together, and you're like, no, this is a pretty impoverished community in general.
Oh yeah, the people that are in charge, who are in power in the area,
with the
are
fact
milking it.
the fact they're not farming either is kind of
They're a lumber community.
It's Woodsland.
I mean,
Yeah,
they'll have
it's
arable land eventually.
it's logging craftsmen. There's like beekeepers. It's basic, and there's like hunters. It's all like a wood, like local sustenance rather than like farmland. So, but yeah, you guys have kind of put two together. You're also seeing how lavish this church is, like relative to the rest of the town. It's like,
the fact he paid 30 silver for that.
yeah, that's also another thing. He paid 30 silver for some chains.
At least 30 silver. I don't think
Yeah.
Anyways, well, that is understandable, but we do have we were given a job, and we are going to explore the ruins.
Do you know anything about them? You seem to have been here for long enough where you might.
He kind of smiles a little hesitantly. It's like, I mean, I'm pretty sure you're referring to the fellow out there, the blacksmith.
Yes.
Well, if he's out there, we're supposed to investigate anyone that's out there.
Well, I mean, the fellow likes to keep to himself. He picks up work from time to time. Many years ago, I actually commissioned him to make this very church bell. It's definitely the crown jewel of our community.
He was skilled enough to cast a bell?
Very very fine bell. And no one really goes to him. Every few months, he comes into town with any commission work he's been given. He buys some supplies at the local store and then leaves. He was here a few weeks ago, so it'll probably be a while until he comes back.
Well, then we should go to him.
That doesn't change. That doesn't change our job.
Okay. Well.
No.
Okay. So he kind of drops the whole thing and says, "Okay, well, if you have urgent business for him, it's about a 30-minute walk. Just follow the path east until it gets to the river, and then follow the river up north till you get to the gate. But just wait outside until he comes out to you. There's something terribly wrong going inside that smithy."
Terribly wrong. Would you care to elaborate so that we don't accidentally walk into things? Oh, somebody just came in.
So he pauses for a second, and Sister Catherine, the nun, has a look of horror as she stares past the three of you. When you turn around, you notice a little girl. She wears a dirty white dress, and there is fresh blood stains on the front. She bears burn scars across one side of her face, but it's like a scarred face, not like a current wound. She is holding a crude doll that is missing its head. "Theta, what happened to your dress? Is that blood? Are you hurt?" "Theo was bullying me again. He ripped the head off my dolly and threw it over the wall, so I started punching him. He then said my mommy was in hell and ran off like a coward."
I like this girl.
Father Godfrey rises from his seat, his face bright red in anger as he begins a tirade. "Foolish girl! I've told you countless times not to go off playing in the woods. You haven't even done your chores. You keep shirking your duties, and you'll end up like your mother." Theta, of course, starts bawling her eyes out, and Sister Catherine takes her away to get cleaned up. Let me grab the bodies.
Mother Godfrey, I think it's more important that
that wasn't nice, Mister.
Was bullied. You are correct that she should have been completing her chores.
Out of breath from exerting himself, Father Godfrey slumps back into his chair and breathes heavily.
We will speak to the boy. I was meaning to do it anyway. I suspect that he is not the source of this disruption, actually.
He holds up his hand for a second to bid you guys not necessarily to leave. It's like Theta is an orphan. She was left here 8 years ago. Her and her mother's story is a sad one. Her mother was married to a man who left to fight in the war. After many years of fighting, he became disillusioned with the cause and was desperate to return home and see his wife. He found her with a baby that couldn't possibly be his. At the time, there was a rumor that he had been captured or killed, during the war. So she was devastated by this news and found comfort in the arms of another man. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to explain as he was blinded by uncontrollable rays. He seized the baby and held it over the fire, threatening to throw Theta in. But then Theta's father appeared and saved the girl. The man turned his rage against the father and killed him. Her mother tried to take revenge for her lover and protect her child. He slashed him across the face, but somehow he escaped death and fled. The next morning, we found Theta on the doorstep to the church. When we went over to her house, the mother had killed herself.
Unfortunate. But
And
as I said, I suspect that the boy's behavior is not entirely his fault.
No.
But we will speak to him for you. I feel that it is a duty that I owe to the community at this point.
yes, in the eyes of Aristol, Theda's mother had shirked her responsibilities to her family by killing herself. It now falls upon myself and the church to raise Theta proper so she doesn't suffer the same fate as her mother. To toil in service of one's community until one's final days is the only path to redemption.
Protecting one's
Can
community
I
is
roll
very
on? Can I
important,
roll on
though.
religion? That doesn't sound. It sounds slightly off with.
Yeah, go ahead and roll religion. Actually, wait, did you make a really good religion roll on this earlier?
I had a 15 on my religion before.
Yeah, with a 15, that's totally like Aristotle's like whole thing.
Yeah. Well,
Like
war does
actually,
horrible things to communities.
yeah.
Well, I know community is his thing, but it sounds slightly off.
No,
Oh,
it's work until you die.
Speaking of slightly off, make either a perception or intelligence check. All right, you all succeed. So, you feel like Father Godfrey's leaving something out. Also, how could he know exactly what had happened?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, he was there is the reason why.
Well, does he actually have a scar?
Could be.
Could be.
Because he didn't
Let's.
violate the community. But he would be ostracized. Maybe a veteran. Well, the thing is, if he was actually the father, wouldn't he be recognized in town? But they might not be saying anything about this because of this. All right. It's the only one way to find out. Let's go out there. But first, we should go find the kid because that young boy is
I'm gonna move you to the
all
overland
sorts
map.
of fucked up.
Okay.
I am
Yeah.
also going to do a boop because now you've been given directions.
Oh, we should mark what these directions are.
Well, I just revealed shit on the overland map. He said take the path to the east and then follow north up the river. Oh, do you like my sneakiness? Mm,
Yes.
mm. That is not the ruins.
Oh, wrong person. It's something though.
That's the road to the ruins.
Yes.
So, quick question: what wall could the kid throw in the doll's head?
You don't see any walls, like in town.
He ran off into the woods. We know what the direction is. I could start tracking him.
Sure. Make a track roll.
Okay. Do I have a feat related to this? Let me double check, because I made this guy like a month and a half ago. Yep. The answer would be no. No, I do
Make
not.
a survival check.
Yeah, I'll just be survival then. Okay. I was just double checking. I couldn't remember exactly how my background worked. But I do know that I have survival, and I'm okay at it.
You see dozens of sets of footprints going in all sorts of directions in this area.
Even from the edge of town where the boy ran off in that direction?
There's other houses over there and whatnot. There's like so many sets of footprints going in so many different directions.
Okay. We're gonna have to do some social information until we can find out a rough direction the kid might be hiding out in.
For now, let's head the directions the church gave us.
Annette generally, when you asked Annette earlier, she gestured in a generally north direction.
Okay.
I mean, we would be going north anyways, maybe slightly off path.
Yeah, we could also ask people if they've seen the boy running this way. I mean, he's kind of unique. If not, he'll be back at the tavern during one of the days that we're there, and I can deal with him then. And I would actually like to deal with him myself in my own way, please. I need to confirm something, and I will be taking a bold action.
Okay. Then let's go ahead and proceed with forward.
Yes.
Let me scroll down. The path through the woods that leads to the river seems relatively clear and well traveled. It's only about a 5-minute walk. You pass by some village ladies carrying buckets of water. You can imagine the majority of the village draws fresh water from here, as you didn't see any wells in town. At the edge of the path, there's a clearing in the woods. Some villagers are washing clothes in the river, a couple of children are playing and throwing rocks into the water, and there's a small campfire going with a pot of stew on it. You can also see that there's basically kind of like a little wash house here as well. So, like, if you want to like wash yourself, there's like a small little shack where you could get naked and wash yourself without the rest of the village seeing you. There's not really like personal space so much in the village.
No, not really.
Okay.
Well, not to mention they'd be fetching water. There's probably a washerwoman near the river.
There's some ladies. There's a couple kids throwing rocks. Not the two kids that you've seen. There's just mostly the women and children at this point. Not like the entire women and children. Just some of the women and children in the town happen to be here.
I'll go. While we're there, I'll skip some rocks in the river.
Okay.
And then ask the kids to go. Have they seen? What was the boy's name? Theo. Yeah.
Make a dex check.
Sure.
Or athletics.
I'll do athletics instead.
Cool. Yep. You skip the rocks much further than any of the kids can. They're like, "Whoa, big green." Wait, you're green, right?
Yeah, I'm green.
Oh man, the green guy can throw the rocks real good. Is it because he's big, or is it because he's green? I don't know.
Mainly because I'm big.
Oh, okay.
All the green helps you with is that you blend in with the forest. Sometimes it's helpful, sometimes it's not. Because I had a wolf pee on me once. He thought I was a tree.
Ah.
So, hey kids, have you seen Theo?
Oh, no, his dad doesn't really let him go out and play that much.
I see. So when he does play, is he a nice guy?
We don't hang out with Theo that much.
Okay. It's just that I heard he bullied somebody, so I was just wondering if that's a something he normally does. But if you don't hang out with him,
Who bullied who? Theta?
was that her name? Yes,
Yeah.
yes, that's her name.
Oh yeah, we all take turns bullying Theta. Her mom's in hell, you know.
uh, um, so with this, I'm going to roll up my sleeves. I'll remove my hood, and this is where they can everyone can see I am covered in scars.
Okay. That makes the kids like really nervous.
And I go,
And
So-
all the mothers that are watching their kids are a little nervous.
Don't worry, the pants are staying on, folks.
so, kids, it's not very nice to be mean to people. I mean, even if you do think her mother's in hell, how does it help your community when you being mean to her? But there's always the chance that if you're nice to her, she can help make this community a better place. Maybe she can not end up like her mother.
Well, she doesn't do her chores like the priest says. She just likes to run off in the woods all the time. So she is definitely not carrying her weight in the community, and she'll probably end up in hell like her mother.
I really want to skip one of these children.
These two little girls are like the brat girls, apparently.
So let me tell you a story about my community where I grew up. Well,
Don't tell them about the barbecue day.
it's a bit different. So when we come of age, it's about the same age Theo is. What we do is we go around to our neighbors and they take turns cutting us. That's how we are accepted in our community. And I again pull up the sleeves to show all the scars I have on my arms and on my face.
Ogre, is this similar to the ritualistic scarring that some African and South American tribes do? Or is this just literally, the kid's of age, and just slash right across him?
No. We literally
One of the girls rolls up one of her sleeves, and we can see a cut. Oh yeah, this is where Theta cut me. And she points to a scar on her leg, or a scar on her arm.
Why did Theta cut you?
Because she's a bitch, and her mom's in hell.
No, that's what you think. What did you do to make her cut you?
Told her that she's a bitch and her mom's in hell.
If you keep saying mean things to people, they might get angry and stab you in the leg. When you're an adult, it's not going to be a scar. It can end up being you in the ground, dead.
It's at this point where there's explicit threats of violence that the lady says, "Honey, come over here for a second," as the mother kind of yells at her two kids to like come over. So shit like that is what caused you guys to get run out of town the first time.
Yeah.
Listen, I just told the truth here. I honestly just told the truth. Okay, honestly, if you harass somebody enough, and it's adults, rather than it just being a stab wound like that, it's gonna turn out being far worse. Correct? I didn't say I was gonna do it. I'm saying that you keep pushing Theta, she's gonna snap and slit your throat, bitch. This conversation was had.
We know.
As they're leaving.
We know.
I just want to look down on somebody, and it's a picking order. I feel as if
You're trying to use like physical intimidation in a very religiously zealotly small town.
actually I'm also being religiously zealot myself. I did look at my deity. It's a deity of chivalry. You're not
Okay, but
supposed to tease people. That's one of the things you're not supposed to do. Because
well,
if you challenge someone, they have a right to physically challenge you back. And adults, if they get in a fight, you can die, which is just a fact. Yes, my character has a low intelligence and not great charisma.
okay. It doesn't seem like any other villagers in this specific area is inclined to converse with you right now. Or make eye contact.
No. That's fine.
No, but we
I will
answered
put
enough questions.
my hood up and roll back down my sleeves.
So you notice there's a slightly overgrown path leading north up the river. When you make your way over to begin your journey up the river, you notice all of the villagers have halted their activities and are watching you. None of them say anything. They all are just watching you with blank expressions on their faces.
Well, that's not normal.
Cool. So now that we have finished the in-town section, I'm going to award all the players a hero point, and
Wait, where do I put it? I'll put
well,
it
yeah.
later.
I mean,
I'll add it when we get a night
I'm gonna
up.
grab your characters from the church
Okay.
in 2 seconds. I'm gonna copy and paste. Actually, I'm going to add it to your characters, and
Okay.
they will be there when I copy and paste you guys into the next area.
Okay. I'm gonna go run and hit the bathroom real quick. Sorry.
Okay. No worries.
The
Just
liquid
take
I am drinking is going through me very quickly for some reason.
All
Go
right, I've
figure.
grabbed you guys. I have copied. I'm going to read some shit, and then I will move you to the next
Well,
map.
actually, can we take this moment because this is about time I
I'll
need to
get
take
some
a
water
break.
as well. Yeah.
So this will be about 20 minutes or so for me.
Sure. We're going to take a 20-minute dinner break then.
Sure.
Okay.
Let's mute myself.
Okay, I'm back. What does it say? I have messages. Oh, we're taking a dinner break? Okay, let me change the scene then. Long break. Okay, anybody that's watching, Tom called for a 20-minute dinner break. He got hungry. We'll be resuming at 1/2 the hour. In the meantime, those of us that are left are gonna kind of maybe bullshit a little bit, maybe not talk. I don't know. I can end my recording. No, seriously, the deity that I picked for this guy was the deity of chivalry for Galarion. No. Yeah, Regathiel. It might
All
be
right,
Regathiel, but it's
how you guys
definitely
liking
Thiel.
it so far?
Hits list. She actually was promoted. It's a chivalry, vengeance, Lancelot from Monty Python and the Holy Grail sort of character, sort of deity.
Are you guys liking it so far?
Yeah, it's going well. I do have to tell you something, Tom, that I don't think I told you before. I actually engineered my character to not be as easily socially acceptable.
Oh yeah, I understand that, and we're role playing the consequences of you guys.
Yes.
So I wrote this before I knew what type of characters you brought, and I purposely created a very small insular racist religious town, and I'm just like, oh my god, these guys are gonna.
Well, what's funny is you're capturing more of a medieval
Yeah.
reality to it, because small communities were insular and racist and
Yeah.
very religious.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something that I'm trying to add more into my own campaign world. Is yeah, people are prejudiced, and it was really bad the further you go back. It's still pretty bad in a lot of areas. So yeah. Unfortunately, I fear that I might need to do something drastic at some point, depending on when my character finally gets enough to put 2 and 2 together. Which should be somewhat entertaining when it happens. Maybe we could have gotten another person in for playing, though.
3's the magic number.
3 to 5 are good numbers for a group.
Well, specifically for this type of thingy, I wanted to keep it very, very small and personal. In fact, I could run it with 2 or 3 people. I wouldn't want even more.
Well, honestly, for first working people out on role playing, it's probably a good idea. Also, for doing a starting before the adventure sort of entry thing, breaking that up between like 2 groups of 2 that go to 2 different things like this, and then they both show up at a location and end up together, would add a little bit more background. Because I've seen that done before as well, but not for a long time. Oh, well, speaking of which, is this week? Are we supposed to play this week on Friday? Or am I running on Saturday? I need to look this up.
I have a convention I'm going to this weekend, so.
Well, then
Oh,
there
by
won't
the
be
way, Dallas,
Miskatonic then.
I have a convention I'm going to this weekend because it's Memorial Day weekend. So
Which convention are you going to?
it's Kubla Khan.
UblaCon? Seriously?
Yeah, it's like one of the longest running conventions in the Bay Area for gaming. We're talking like what, 30 years, 40 years? Kubla
Oh,
Khan.
speaking of which, yeah, Tom, have you seen some of the announcements coming out of Games Workshop?
Nope.
Mainly the stuff about squats.
Oh, sorry. This is our 20th anniversary convention.
Yeah, it's been going for a while then.
Yep. So 22 years. I was going here, when I was very little.
Hmm.
So the big thing with Kubla Khan is there's the barbarian that has like the big um uh kind of like great club or something. And then there's a procession of small children that follows him, and it goes Kubla Kubla Khan, and all the kids are like Kubla Kubla Khan, and it's basically like chanting like barbarians.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, weird things like that are what make conventions great. Hey, I mean, there's nice stuff here. I mean, when suddenly you don't have to live out there in the middle of nowhere as a steppe nomad, things are a little bit easier. Also, it was a genius idea to just, oh, so they made a wall? Where's the end of it? We'll just go around. That was kind of one of the failures. They didn't put any forts, enough forts at the top and the bottom. Really, they just thought fortification would get the barbarians out. No, you need active military stations. Oh well. Lessons of the past. If I recall, the second time I went to SakuraCon, I was still with my ex at the time. We went to the Pike Street Brew Pub for dinner one night, and because it's also on Easter weekend, there was the Easter parade. And as we finished eating and we're starting to actually drink a bit before heading back to the convention to walk around drunk, the bar started filling up full of people dressed as rabbits, like from Jessica Rabbit to full-on Easter Bunny costume with like the fake head, which is rather surreal when it just suddenly, oh look, somebody's just as dressed up as Jessica Rabbit. Oh, I guess they're from SakuraCon, and then the bar just filling. I guess it wasn't a bar; it was more of a pub, but it was kind of empty. And then, yeah, like a couple hundred people dressed as rabbits come in and start drinking.
No. Or the furry convention and the women's youth softball league, and teenage women softball league and the furry convention at the same place.
Yeah. Well, an interesting thing is, uh, well, the order of conventions that happen at Las Vegas, Nevada, is actually kind of interesting. I know for a fact that the tax preparers convention takes place right before the pornography adult entertainment convention.
Mm.
Although I think the adult entertainment convention has moved to a new location, which then the local municipality tried getting rid of them by claiming school land right here. So they just turned out not using the entirety of the convention center.
Mm.
I don't know if they turned out moving back, but yeah. I don't remember. There was another convention after them before they moved, and I don't remember what the one afterwards is, but it's also usually attended by the same people. Not necessarily the people presenting, though, but although you could end up being have your business to have all of them. I mean, adult entertainment needs to file taxes too. In fact, you
So
want to make sure all your paperwork is correct if you're doing that sort of thing.
what's very interesting, since you mentioned the porn industry, that right now the big joke going around Wall Street Bets was an article that was a couple articles that were published that basically saying um, the best indicator of whether or not we're going to be in a recession soon is the strip clubs, and the strippers are saying the clients have stopped showing up, and this happens right before that they're going to have a recession. But of course, this is the one that Wall Street Bets has gotten their hands on, or making like millions of memes about this past week.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
if you're not able to make it rain, it's not a good sign. And also,
Yeah.
business people who are into doing the working on the stock market or even just investing in general, doing some coke and going to a strip joint in the evening, kind of is a meme and also a culture.
I mean, it's true, dude. Like, I, I'm not saying. Well, I used to like I had friends of a friend. I had coworkers who were friends with the trading desk people at Wells Fargo. And we'd go out for like happy hour and stuff in the nice clubs and whatnot in San Francisco, and I have been offered a bump by the dude bros on more than one occasion, and they tend to talk about women in a very certain way, and they do frequent the strip clubs, so they're literally like the complete stereotype.
Yeah, and then they wonder why they can't get a wife until they literally get a trophy one. Let's see. Might not be the most sociable person doing coke and going to strip clubs. Well, according to what some Christians believe about Satan, it seems like they're not worshiping enough because they're not getting the constant sex that they want. I mean, nobody really wants to hang out with somebody who's coked out other than somebody else that's coked out.
Yeah, I've hung out. Oh, cool. Well, I do want to. You know that Old World was just released like a week ago or something like that. Um, Old World, yes. This is the best 4X game that's ever been. The best 4X game in recent history. Like I would say, maybe past 5 or 10 years.
Hmm.
Yep, not even close.
Does it let me use the last X enough?
The what?
Well, the fourth X, exterminate.
Yep, just plenty. So Old World is think Civ, but it's only the classical era. So you're playing as like Nebuchadnezzar and like Caesar of Rome and Cleopatra of Egypt, and you're playing specifically in that time period.
Well, you just named Nebuchadnezzar is way further back than
Well,
Caesar.
antiquity, antiquity
Antiquity is a better way to say it.
slash classical age.
Okay.
So it's the old world.
Sword. True.
Yeah. So this is definitely like it's very time period specific, and they have some cool mechanics that no 4X game really has done that just like make it like a breath of fresh air for the entire 4X genre. First and foremost, there's an undo button. So if you misclick, you just click the undo button. It's fine. It goes back all the way to the beginning of the turn.
They actually have a turn finalization. That's nice.
Yeah. So you just like undo, like because second, one of the big problems with the scope of a 4X game is once you hit the mid and late game, your empire is so big and you can't possibly. It just takes you turns. Literally take forever. This game has a orders mechanic where you get X amount of orders per turn to tell your guys to do stuff, and you could like take your scout, which has a fatigue of 4, so you can issue it 4 orders per turn. And then you can spend your disciplined resource to force march your scout to reset its fatigue and issue it 4 more orders. And at the beginning of the game, you might have like 12 orders total. So you could focus your energy as a ruler on microing a single scout, but then you're also not like managing all the workers and the other military units of your entire kingdom. So it gives you the option to have like lots of units move a little bit, or or like a few units move a lot. And it kind of reflects like your leader's focus. Also, there's a mechanic called legitimacy, how legitimate your rule is. And the more legitimate your rule is through you doing actions throughout the game gives you more orders. And then you can also like create like the government mechanisms like the forums and whatnot to extend out the amount of order generation you make. But what's really cool is like the city management like sim thingy. It kind of leans more heavily on the humankind's thing is where you have like your little districts and whatnot. But then you also have workers that go out and like do improvements. But you can have your farmlands, your mines, your quarries, whatever, your urban developments, etc. They have like urban developments and rural developments, and then you can build specialists to go into those different locations. But the really refreshing thing is how the mechanic of production works. In most games, there's a production resource where you can just like make stuff, but not in Old World. There's three types of incomes that cities can receive: population growth, discipline, and your civics. And so if you want to those three things will like grow in your city. If you want to make a civilian unit, you have to choose whether or not your farmland is going to produce food for your empire as a whole, and then you'll have a food like stockpile. Or if you build a civilian unit, it basically takes all the food income and makes it towards the building the unit itself. So if you have really high food production, you can make units really fast, but then that food isn't contributing to your empire's food supplies. The other mechanic is your discipline. Like, your discipline is a resource that you can use to upgrade your units in the field or issue force march orders or do other things, but it's also the rate that you make military units inside your city. The last mechanic is the civics one, of where you can spend civics income to upgrade the infrastructure of your urban area, or um, the resources will accumulate, which will allow you to spend it on laws and issuing like orders to your council and stuff. So civics are spent on either buildings, laws, or issuing commands like, assigning someone to become a governor or blah 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 blah. It also has like, the Crusader Kings, like the family lineage line and all of the different options on how to tutor your kids and marry and etc. It has all those mechanics as well. Um, so it's a very mechanically rich game, but it's also very, very it's very tight in like in what your decision making is, because it's not like, oh, I have to manage 100, I have to manage 2 dozen cities in the modern era of the games. Like, no, it's like, you're 5, 6, 7 cities in the classical era. The thing I really like about it is you have to like when you have your city and it's producing like your civics income, you're like, well, I want to make more urban buildings in the city, but I also need to increase my amount of civics that I'm generating in order to enact a new law. And this forces you to think about, I've made this city specifically spec for this, but am I building more urban buildings or am I accumulating income? Like, you have to like make tough decisions. So you might have it like produce a less ideal, like, a civilian unit or a military unit out of there, because you want it to give the civic income to your stockpile so you can enact a new law. It also handles like religions kind of interestingly as well. I haven't gotten too deep into the religion mechanic, but that's a big thing. Um,
Okay.
Mary. Oh, Ogre's back. Awesome. Cool. Yep. Sorry, I
One
was
of the
just.
things that I actually saw, I know Civ, I think it was 6 or 5 implemented it. The the production queues
Oh,
that helped
yeah.
with micromanagement some, but it never had something that an old 4X, I mean really old 4X called Stars had. That one you could save production queues. So if you set up a new colony on a planet, you could just load the colony type
Okay.
production queue that you wrote down, and it would do it. And once it was done, you get a notification. You could set it to do the next thing.
Yeah, the cities are more like map dependent, so you can't like, it's not like every
Yeah,
tile of the city is a thing. But anyway, Ogre's back. Let's switch back
yeah,
into role playing mode. Start your
yep,
streams back up, and we will get super
yep.
serial.
It's super serial, and we are back.
All right. So we finished talking to the people in town, and now we are in the forest, heading northward. The path through the woods that leads to the river seems relatively clear and well traveled. It's only. Oh, sorry, no, we already did all that. So as you make your way up the river, I would like you guys to make a perception check, just generally speaking, for your journey. I'll also allow you to make a survival check because you're kind of wandering through the woods as well.
I will do some
That's all.
survival. Oh, everybody, forget to turn off your fatigued because
Oh yeah,
well,
you're no
don't
longer
forget to
fatigued. Yeah.
because we're no longer fatigued. I realized that I was doing some of my rolls with the fatigue on.
Actually, it doesn't mess with your skills.
Oh, it doesn't?
No, it just
Nope.
prevents
It,
you
it
from.
messes with your AC. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's unfortunate. It really should mess with your skills some. I guess exhausted would be more for messing with the skills because really, as you get more fatigued and then closer to exhaustion, you don't perform 100%.
So
But this is a
let's
role
see.
playing, not a life simulator.
Well, you all pass your perception check. It was just DC 10. You first catch a whiff of smoke, and then you notice a small, well, what looks to be a small fire in an outcropping by the water.
Hmm. Well, let's just march up there like we own the place.
As you approach the clearing, you see an unattended campfire just outside of a small cave. Cave is being generous, as it's barely small enough outcropping in the hill for a bed of leaves and leaves of straw and a thatched chest. No one appears to be inside.
Well, you don't just leave a fire going. I mean,
Cool.
wait, this is how you get forest fires.
Well, here, let me. I'm going to grab you guys from the church.
We told to sit outside and wait, but this isn't the ruins.
1 second. No, this is something else. I will move you over to the player mat. There you guys go.
There are drawings.
Yep. You guys are in the center.
Oh, it's been updated. Thank you, Tom.
Cool.
And I just knocked over my recycle.
So you see a small outcropping, a little bit of a fire. It's kind of a little sandy, rocky area. There's kind of an indention in the side of the hill. It's not like a cave. It's like you could see like the end of it. It's got a basically bed of leaves and a thatched chest.
Well, has there been any sign of someone sleeping there recently?
Go ahead and make perception, survival checks, or some sort of roll.
How long's the
Okay.
fire been going? My perception's better than my survival.
Okay. Um. So, you guys go over to the fire and you're kind of poking around and stuff. And so your perception checks are now the initiative for the next encounter.
Ah,
Uh, there is a
surprise!
slight rustling behind you, and you see a pack of emaciated-looking wolves coming from the underbrush, baring their teeth. They growl as they slowly stalk towards you, and I will roll their initiative. Or I will roll their stealth versus your. Oh, well, actually. Let me go ahead and pull up their stat block.
They're coming out during the day. They gotta be hungry.
Let's open up these dudes. Ba-ba-ba.
Back in the city.
Let's get the initiative turned on. The thing is turned on. Go ahead and roll initiatives. Or 1 second. I don't. Can I click add turn, add turn, add turn? Create a copy. Put it over here. Add turn to the copy. Stick in the corner. All right. I am going at an 8. So you guys can figure out where your guys are going.
No, I guess I should put the.
Hooray, tutorial fight!
Hooray, tutorial fight! Let's see if I know what power I'm gonna use.
Yep. So remember, we got the new action economy. You got 3 actions in a round. And attacks, are iterative. So first attack normal, second attack -5,
I
-10,
didn't mean to click that.
etc.
Or -4 if you're using agile weapon, light weapon, whatever it is.
If you're 2-weapon fighting using your offhand light weapon, so.
Well, no. Certain weapons have a certain feat
yeah.
called
Yeah.
agile, so the penalty is not quite as big.
Weapons like rapiers and daggers.
Mm-hmm.
Something
Cool.
quick drawn. I would say a katana should really be in there too.
Right.
Or a saber.
Descending. Karik, you notice the wolves approaching, and you can act before they all pounce on you.
How far am I from the... Quite some distance, actually.
They're just coming out from the underbrush.
Well, the first thing I'd like to do is get angry.
First action, get angry.
Angry. Where are the temporary... Well, that activates raging resistance, which doesn't do anything since they have natural weapons.
If it modifies your AC at all, you should also modify your AC on your character.
I'm trying to look up what my rage actually does in here. It's underneath feats, isn't it?
Yep.
-1 to AC. My damage is modified by my type of rage, which is the Fury Instinct.
Cool. And it is, in order to hold an action to attack, it takes basically 2 actions on your turn. So you can rage and wind up a swing to attack the first wolf that approaches you, and that would be 3 actions in a round, for example. I don't think you can rage and double move and strike.
Actually,
there is a charge action, but I don't remember. I think you have to have
there's
it.
also the second rage power that I get.
Or you have another rage power.
What I get off of this is kind of directed. It allows me to do a stride twice, and then end with a melee and make a melee strike.
Yep. That's the ability I was thinking of.
So is that 2 actions to do that?
It is 1 actually, is what it lists.
Oh, double move. So double move.
No, it's 2. It's 2. I just looked at it. Yeah, I'm not gonna try intimidating the wolves. There are too many of them. If it was like a single wolf coming out or a bear, I might try it. Because the other rich power I have is intimidating glare. I have the Fury Instinct. So I'm gonna kill a wolf, or at least try to. Is this one kind of still in the shrubs over here?
They are currently snarling from the underbrush.
Snarling from the underbrush. So if I stood here, I could take a swing.
You guys, it will be in difficult terrain, and you guys will have concealment against each other because they're in the underbrush. You can kind of see them their heads are poking out and they're baring their teeth and stuff and starting to growl, but they haven't come out yet because you guys beat their initiative because they rolled really poorly on their stealth.
Yeah, I'd rather take the fight to the enemy here. My character is wise, not smart.
Cool.
So we're going to do the quick stride over to here and take a swipe at Das Wolf.
Cool.
Now, where is the Rage Bastard sword with 2 hands? I'll do the single attack. I only hit a 12.
Does that actually hit?
I don't think it
Negatory.
does.
Negatory.
I mean,
So
I killed a shrub.
yeah. Some of that underbrush got definitely whacked. Grum, you are up.
Okay, so what I am going to do is look at my tag. I'm going to do group coercion. So I make an intimidation check against, and I'll do against the northern two, as long as they can hear and see me.
And you intimidate things that don't have a language?
Yes.
Neat. That's why I took Intimidating Glare, because you just look at stuff with the Schwarzenegger eyes.
Yep. So go ahead and make a roll.
So is this intimidation versus their will? Ooh.
Yep. Go ahead. So do I roll?
Nope. Let me double check that.
It's probably 10 plus will, right?
I think I have to result versus the DC of their will. So it's
Okay.
probably 10 plus their will.
Okay. You succeed.
Okay, so they are considered coerced, which I have to find out what it does. Just a moment. I do have to do something real quick.
I'll pull up the skill and look at it.
Conditions coerced. I don't know what it's not on the conditions list.
Yeah, here it is. Of course. So with the success,
Oh, this takes a minute.
oh, never mind. That's okay. I mixed up my abilities. Never mind. What I'm going to do is I'm going to raise my shield and ready for an attack. That's what I'll do. I'll be right back.
So shield's raised, and then attack is readied.
Yep.
Speaking of which,
It's time to play the cover game.
all right. Attacks. So we have one wolf had to double move. So I'm going to do 3 initial attacks on the wolves. Not crit threats.
Still, holy shit.
2 additional attacks at penalties, and then oh, sorry, that's a D10, not 1D20. All right. So it looks like what's your AC? It is 18.
17 for me.
Oh yeah, because you're raging.
Yep.
17 with my -5. Okay. Well, the first 3 attacks hit. None of the other attacks did hit. So you are getting bitten and gnawed at. I mean, you're a barbarian with lots of hit points, but you can still take 10.
What is... Do I get temporary hit points in this edition? I need to double check this. Additional damage. Can I use actions after you stop raising? Yeah, it doesn't look like initial one. Oh, number of temporary hit points equal to your level plus your constitution modifier. So I have some temp hit points.
Well, you took 10, so add your 10
All right.
and subtract 10.
So,
Ogre, are you back yet?
At least 5 temp left. He doesn't appear to be.
Okay.
I'll do the Schwarzenegger scream as they chew on me. I guess we have to wait an indeterminate amount of time.
Yeah, anyway, Dallas, I definitely recommend Old World. I think it'll be right up your alley. Yeah. Makes sense.
I'm definitely
Well, I have not put it yet, actually. I know why I haven't bought it yet. It is on Epic Games.
Ah, there's the problem. It's on Steam.
Mm, well, I already own the Outer Worlds. I like the Outer Worlds, but the Outer Wilds, I'm not sure. Is it on Steam? Outer Wilds.
That reminds me, I need to look up the name. There was an exploration ship slash crew management game that was that's currently in beta that I need to keep track of. I saw a preview video on it, and it looked like more of my sort of thing to do because it's kind of more management of the ship than it is doing combat things like that. Although, if I recall, there is a spiritual successor for FTL that is out now. It's called
Oh,
Trigun. Well, Trigon.
oh, Trigon
Yeah,
Space Story.
yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's better graphics, more stuff into it, and a different
Ah,
storyline.
okay.
And the
Yeah,
people who did FTL aren't doing anything with the property, so
I mean, yeah, it definitely seems very FTL.
yeah, it's very,
Oh, Ogre, you
very
said you're back?
FTL.
Yeah, I'm back.
Cool. Well, 3 rolls charged you, so you get to swing at one before they attack.
13 is what I rolled.
Oh, I don't think that's gonna hit. So I'm going to make 3 attack rolls against you.
Okay.
Versus AC 20, I do not hit at all.
Okay.
It is now Darius' turn.
Wait, bombs? Wait,
As an alchemist.
you're an alchemist? Honestly, my character wasn't paying attention, so I wasn't it. So I am also,
Well,
let's
allow
just admit it,
Dallas
I
to
wasn't
bomb.
paying attention.
Yeah. So Dallas, go ahead and bomb away.
Sure.
Lesser Frost Vial.
You get to use, they have different types for you to throw instead of having like discoveries for the elements, do they?
They have the bomb.
That's
Alright.
actually kind of cool that you have a loadout like that. That makes playing an alchemist less of, hi, I'm the bomber that bombs at midnight suddenly.
If you have it listed, it should roll damage as well.
Yeah, you need to attack for each one. I don't know. I do know that
No,
one
it's
of the
range strikes dagger. Stab, stab. Yep. The average. Yeah.
it's a very long spear. Well,
Okay. Stab, stab. Let's see a stab.
Hey, I'd be the back guy and Rage of the Red.
Nope. Yeah, you're the. So, John, how many temporary hit points did you get from raging?
I got 15 in total.
Oh,
I
cool.
currently have 5 left.
Okay, I'm gonna put you at 27 of 22 then. On your character.
I am tracking on the character sheet too.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm tracking using the tokens. So, it is your turn, Kareem.
So we still have concealment versus each other.
Yep. Oh, 1 second. I needed to roll the concealment roll. Actually, take 2 less damage. So I'm gonna put you back at 29 out of 22 hit points.
All right.
It is your turn. You guys have concealment against each other in the underbrush.
All right. We'll just continue with that till they deal with the ones there. Are there attacks of opportunity in this edition?
Yep. Well, some creatures don't have attack of a
Yeah, I think
attacks of opportunity.
It's an ability that you can hit. I could see wolves having it actually. I mean, they're very mobile and very made of teeth.
I mean, you still have the step action too.
Yeah, true. Honestly, I think it's better since I'm being attacked by multiple things to keep my AC up. So I'm gonna pop my AC up by putting the shield up. Give me a
Okay.
+2 bonus. That's me at
Okay.
19. And then we'll do a one-handed swing. We get just the one, don't we?
Reading his shield is 1 action.
Mm-hmm.
The shield is 1 action, then I have 1 more action or 2 more actions?
You have 3 actions total.
Alright, so I have a swing and a swing. Alright.
Attack.
Attack. Why did that not roll twice like it was supposed to?
Click it again.
Yeah, that's weird.
Click the button. There you go.
Click the button. There we go.
Is that your
Oh.
one-handed damage?
Okay, so the Fury gives you a... Hold on, let me make sure that that's correct. I think
Well, I mean, you rolled max damage, but is it
I rolled
plus
max
9?
damage. Yeah, I have a...
Sure.
Okay. So I've got a 3 strength, and then the one-handed, if it is not a agility weapon, I have a +6 rather than a +2 modifier to my damage.
So you know in Baldur's Gate, when you like hit a guy so hard that they explode into meaty chunks?
Yeah, I made burger meat.
So this thing died from the massive damage roll. So it's just like you don't. If you take more than double your maximum hit points in a single blow, you just explode. Like no saving throws whatsoever. You're just dead. Yeah. This wolf exploded.
I grabbed this because I wanted to be more of, your traditional
It's barbarian.
Uncontrollable rage when I rage.
All right. Grub, you are up.
Okay, so that's
It's me.
my first action. I'm going to attack the one on top. I'm rolling not very good. Well, I'll take my second attack on it. 15.
Hit. Wolf falls over.
Is it reduced to a 0 or less?
Yes.
And as a reaction, I'm going to make an intimidation roll. This is the one I was thinking of. +2 to this. So yeah, he's demoralized.
Both of them or one of them?
Just the one that's in front of me is demoralized. I basically, after I knock down, I go, "You're next." And then my third action, since that was a reaction, will be to raise my shield again.
All right.
Wolves can tell when they're being pointed at.
demoralized wolf will attempt some attacks. All misses. Non-demoralized wolf will attempt an attack. We have 1 hit
Shield
for
takes some of my
4
damage.
damage versus your shield. What's your hardness on your shield?
That's actually what I'm looking up right now. My shield is
Probably is it wood shield?
yeah, it's a wooden shield. It's like hardness
Then it's
2.
like 2, yeah. So you reduce the damage by 2, and then you and the shield both take 2 damage.
Yeah.
I have a flow chart for how shield block works. I will put it into chat.
Nice.
Well, no, I knew it. I just don't remember off the top of my head
Yeah,
what was the.
I like
Because
that they
here's
put
what
it in as a parry. I would like also, a parry option for when you have some weapons. I mean, a dagger you can only somewhat parry with.
Yeah. Well, I like the idea of, like, in order to get the benefit of your shield, you need to lift the shield up.
Yeah, you have to place it.
All right, versus versus Karik, we have first wolf attack, second wolf attack. It's 10. Oh well, no, because you raised up your shield, it's all misses.
Oh, that actually
right.
was totally worth it.
All right, 1 second, my phone is ringing.
Yeah, literally, the shield rules for this edition are the reason why I'm going with the hybrid bastard sword. I would want to use a hybrid axe, but dwarven war axes, technically, if you're not a dwarf, I wasn't sure if I could be proficient in it. And I want to do a sword barbarian instead of an axe barbarian anyway.
My alarm was going off telling me to take out the trash because it's garbage day, but I will do that later. It is now Darius's turn. Dallas, you are up.
Okay. Has 4 more damage.
Yep. Hit. Which wolf are you attacking? Okay. He is very injured. It is a Karik's turn.
It is. Now, isn't it? I believe it is time to chop the bottom wolf. See if this actually works correctly. Oh no!
Super dead. Explosion of meaty chunks.
Yeah. There's screaming and yelps and barks, and no one knows what's happening in the. Oh God!
All right. Well, yeah. All right. I mean, this is the level 1 tutorial fight, and then the barbarian rages, so it ends exactly how you think it would. Grum's up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and
Let's
last action is put the shield back up.
let's continue with go after the demoralized guy. Try swing 2. Same thing. Put the shield back up.
We got some more attacks coming in on you. 2. Demoralized guy. Does that give a?
He's no longer it's only demoralized 1, so it should be over now.
Okay. Then in that case, I actually do have 3 hits against you. That is 3d4 plus 3. So it's 9 damage over 3 hits. So it's going to be it's 5.
Well,
It's 3, 2, and 4. So you take 3 damage, and then your shield takes 3 damage.
Yeah, which now my shield is at. Oh no, it's not quite. Oh, I have 1 more hit point before it's.
Against the broken condition. Man, shields are
Yeah.
good.
They are. They're much closer to what they should be. I mean, I think this is more close to the inspiration for all this role playing, Lord of the Rings, when what's her face, the maiden of Rohan, gets her shield shattered by the Lich King.
Yep. Darius, it is your action.
Is it an agile weapon?
So,
No, he actually critted with the last one.
Ah!
so you did kill both the. Well, okay, so you killed one of the wolves. Then also, 1 second. Let me. Where did I? Give me 2 seconds. All right, let me do this, and he is X. Do that, and we are going to do that. So you killed 5 wolves, and a dude shapeshift as a wolf. And he also's got them pointy ears.
I guess I stealth out. Well, I step out, covered in blood, looking around, see there are no enemies, and just fatigued.
Well, I wasn't expecting an elf.
Well, out of character, the wolves were supposed to run away after you killed the elf, but
We didn't hit the elf.
We saved the elf for last.
well, yep, there you go. The elf is also emaciated, like he's like actually like, as in him and the
Wait.
wolves look like they haven't really eaten in a long time.
There's a lack of game too? That's not good. Yeah. I'll come over, kind of breathing heavily, covered in blood. Do the fling off samurai thing with the sword where you fling the blood off
Yeah.
the blade, then do a wipe and put it away. Shouldn't we search the body? I mean, there might be some way to know who it is.
He is wearing essentially a raggy tunic, and he has a stone knife on him.
He's an elf, so I think he is native. He never went anywhere. Then he'll never go anywhere again.
There was also the little rocky outcropping with the thatch chest.
Well, let's give the chest a once over.
We like bury the elf.
Well, it depends on who he followed. I mean, he may just want his carcass to be.
Knowledge religion check.
Yeah.
I mean, he might just do a sky burial.
Grum is familiar with the elven like funeral pyre, specifically the wood elven rites and the funeral pyres and stuff they tend to do.
So I should go out and get sticks.
Or we could use the fire that's here.
Yeah, but to cremate a body, you need a lot more wood.
There is not very much inside this cave. It's literally a bed of leaves and a thatched chest.
Okay. So
It's like
is the chest locked?
It's not. It's made of thatch.
Okay.
Like even if it was locked, you could just like tear it open.
It's kind of more of a basket that happens to have
Yeah.
a lid.
It's a basket with a lid.
So if you said that, then I would have bothered asking. But
Yeah. Inside is a longbow and some arrows. The longbow is very distinctly wood elf.
Longbow, you say?
I toss it to the barbarian.
So while the craftsmanship is very clearly elven and it's a very serviceable weapon, you might get questioned for carrying it around if someone examines it closely.
Really? Well, add it to the loot pile for now. When we're not in an area that's so borderland, maybe we can get away with using it. That and I have no arrows.
No, there's arrows. There's a quiver of arrows.
Oh, there's a quiver of arrows?
Yeah, he left his bow and arrows here while
Yeah,
he was running around his wolf.
I would say keep it, and then when we get to town, just wrap it up.
Yeah, I mean, for now, I'd like... Honestly, I'm better off throwing things anyway. I get strength damage then.
Okay.
Well, you're the only one who could actually use it.
Yeah, so just add it to the loot pile for now. Can we hold on for like 30 more seconds? Because I'm still resting after having rage. I'm fatigued for a bit.
I mean, you can take a couple minutes, and Ogre can deal with the body if he so chooses,
Yeah,
in whatever way.
Sure, I will. I will. I will burn the body.
so we go from elf broth to elf fricassee barbecue.
I won't stop you if you want to take parts of his flesh off, but he is kind of.
Nah, there's nothing but bones on that damn thing. And I
There's
eat
not
my
very
meat
much
whole.
flesh. I mean, there's like you could get some sustenance off of him, but he is very, very, very lean.
I'm
Like elves are
wondering why
naturally
there's
skinny.
so little game for the wolves, unless all the logging activity is scaring away all the game.
Well, that would make sense.
Yeah, not to mention the logging is going to clear areas. Eventually,
Well, not just that. They're also the town's also
Borderlands.
hunting.
True.
I
As
bet
one of
their
the
big
primary
thing.
food
Their
sources,
their
because
primary thing is hunting and logging. The
Well,
game
here-
will.
yeah. Here's the thing, though. That general store is the only spot to buy grain at, or to buy flour, and they're charging double. How the hell are you going to afford that? So they're probably hunting this and foraging this place dry. Explains why the elf was willing to eat people.
Does hit points recover with short rests in second edition?
I don't think they have a short rest mechanic.
There is no short rest mechanic.
Okay.
That's a 5th edition D&D thing. I am down nothing because of
7.
Well, I mean, yeah. Resting. Okay. Oh yeah, we have an alchemist. You're fine.
Here, drink this. Oh, the local hospital has a helicopter flying to it.
Okay. Ooh,
It's the highest you've rolled all night.
Oh.
Yeah, you absolutely murdered the elf who might have turned back if we or ran off. Yeah.
You were hungry.
He
And
was
you
gonna
walked.
go for what's considered ethically cannibalism.
I mean, you walked right over to his fire, where he could have cooked you.
This explains why people don't go north into the forest. I guess is cannibal elf and
Well,
hungry wolves.
Wolves.
knowledge, society, or knowledge military,
You mean warfare lore?
or warfare is what I meant. Yeah.
Mm.
Standard elven technique. Get a bunch of starving wolves.
So with a warfare roll, actually also with that society roll, the borders of the truce at the end of the war happened to be the river on the right. Why was this elf on the wrong side of the river?
Starving. But also starving. Could be something happening over there. We could ask him questions, but we can't. Because he's very dead. Not as dead as the wolves in that bush, though. That
Yeah,
bush is going to get so much
I
fertilization.
don't know. I don't know. He did 22 damage to the thing.
yeah, he didn't
Oh yeah, he did.
knock him out unconscious. He did super crit insta dead.
And he also had taken 6 before that.
Yeah, and then he
Yeah.
rolled max damage.
Yeah, he took a
Yeah,
spear to the chest. He's done.
yeah. All right,
But still,
you guys want to continue heading northward?
Yeah.
I feel confident in heading northward because in
Cool.
2nd edition Pathfinder, you can rage all you want as long as you take a break.
Yep.
And there are obvious enemies. If
So
there are no obvious enemies, I end.
you can repair weapons. Can you repair shields too?
I told you there was a reason why we kept him around.
Okay.
You know what's hilarious about that is we also have a very well-fed fire for you to heat up any metal. um, I'm saying,
Okay.
uh,
John, we actually do need to be focused on
sorry.
trying to get through the rest of this.
Sorry, I was giggling about that. I just find it amusing to use a. Yeah, I mean, using a
Just
funeral
go
pyre
ahead
to
and roll
heat up
crafting.
rivets.
Just go ahead and make a crafting roll. Cool. However many hit points it's down, I'll say it has been repaired.
Okay.
Like, if you rolled well enough, I'm just going to say it is fine, and then move on. Cool. I am going to drag you to the next map.
Next map.
Following the dirt path leads you to a rotted-looking gate that has been reinforced with iron spikes and barbed wire. You are at the map.
Right there, I am.
Sure. Okay, well, you're carrying a flat piece of wood that gets banged up. I'm going to call it mundane. It's a 10, and you rolled a 20, so it's a critical success. The shield's fine. Yeah. It has returned you maximum hit points. You are out. So if you look at the new map, you are on the left-hand side. There's kind of a gate sort of thing. So it's a rotted-looking wooden gate that's been reinforced with iron spikes and barbed wire. Various holy symbols have been welded onto the fence, and skulls of beasts are chained with no discernible pattern. The gate is barred with rusty chains as thick as your forearm and a lock the size of your head. There's the gap between the gate is just a few inches thick. Only a small animal could squeeze through. Through the gap on the other side, you can. I'm assuming you guys are also like looking at it and whatnot, and examining it closely. Through the gap, on the other side, you can see large holy symbols planted in the ground in a haphazard manner, like a graveyard with a poorly planned layout leading up to a ruined building. There's a crude sign that says "Stay out. To enter is death." And I'm going to do a polygon reveal for about.
So is the stay out sign on the gate or on the building?
Well, it's in front of the gate. I mean, it's implying the building, but you can kind of see like there's like a little gatehouse. There's like some greenery, a well, and
Weird that he wants so many holy symbols. Should I knock?
Well, you can also make a knowledge. Once you mentioned the holy symbols, you can make a knowledge religion check.
Nope, no idea. This isn't a church. I have no idea.
There's a bunch of holy symbols.
Well, they've been welded to the gate, so they might be slightly little damaged. Yeah, so it's like.
While you're also here, let's just also make like the general survival perception rolls, which everyone like just go ahead and make a bunch of rolls. Cool. So you do see some fresh prints. There's one set that is clearly like nicer pointed shoes with proper soles. Most of the peasants you saw were barely wearing the equivalent of like one step above rags. But with the really high DC, you also see two other small sets of footprints, barefoot, maybe a child.
I think we found the young lad that I wanted to speak to. Let's explain where the girl's hanging out as well. Weren't we advised to... Yes. If I recall, weren't we advised to wait outside for them to come out?
The question is, do we want to heed that advice?
I think we should at least knock. I mean, they might be inside and not know that we're here. No.
But we do. But we were told to actually explore this place, find what we and
Well,
document
it's
what we
obviously occupied by someone, and I wouldn't want to invade someone's home without permission. That's just asking for a fight. So,
find.
I would like to make an athletics check to knock as loud as possible.
I have rules for that.
I knock.
After shouting loudly and long enough and banging on the thingy as your throats begin to get hoarse and your hand becomes tired, a figure emerges from the ruins. Let me go ahead and throw a picture into chat.
From in here, it's not easy for me to get him. Oh, I can't post that one on my stream. But it's a cool picture.
He has an armor and a face mask. His hair is unkept, and beards pour out his sides. He is wielding a hefty hammer, and a shield is a series of metal planks welded together in a gnarly manner. He stands a few feet from the gate, staring at you through the crack. He doesn't respond, he just stands there, menacingly. In the silence, you can hear his heavy breathing through his mask. Go away. And he turns around and heads back into the ruins.
I'm gonna let that go. No, I can't. I need to speak to the boy. I know he's here.
He is no longer within your field of view as you can look through the crack in the door.
I want to shout at him. I know why he gets in trouble. I can help.
Let's not worry about. Let's do it a different way. I'm gonna give that that lock a kind of a glance over.
We have to fight this guy. Let's not kill him. Although we might not have much of a choice.
Let's try. Well, let's try to avoid fighting him.
Well,
Well, I'm not
unlocking
saying we
his
run.
lock. Maybe unlock the. Yeah. I think I know why the guy didn't want to have us go up here himself. He wants to make sure it's the guy by seeing our corpses. You mean the merchant? Because guy comes to him. Well, the other guy is. He didn't have boots on.
Grum pops the lock very easily. I was waiting for him to make that roll.
All right, burglary it is. After you. Actually, I should go first.
All right, I will. I'm assuming that you're going to poke your head inside, so I'm going to start revealing some stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna have the shield up and the sword sitting on my shoulder unsheathed. We actually have authority from a king's agent to be in here. So I am not breaking the law. I don't know, he doesn't give a flying fuck and we should apologize profusely, and that's your guys' job, as I try and disarm him desperately.
All right,
Come on, Alchemist.
have your. Well, let me read some stuff, and you guys should figure out what your party marching order is and what you're going to be and how you're going to be moving.
Now, so you
So-
want to come down here and get sealed inside the gooey goodness of 2 meat shields?
You're on the
Top
on the
left.
left side. Left
Left.
side. Yeah.
We might
So
be careful about revealing this, Tom.
oh well.
I know it's not applicable, but you know,
Yeah.
there's not a lot of walls. I guess not.
I
Yeah.
mean, it's the water. It's fine. You can
Yeah,
see.
it's just water.
I mean, I revealed it specifically because there's a gap there.
Well, I saw text. I didn't know if that
Yeah,
was
well,
important.
no, it's just a watermark.
Okay.
While from the exterior you could tell the blacksmith was in ruins. Now that you're within the walls, you can truly assess how much damage has occurred. Sections of the wall have deteriorated and collapsed. Spikes and barbed wire have been strewn across the gaps, making crossing quite perilous. The courtyard area is overgrown with tall grass. Holy symbols have been covered by the underbrush, give you a feel that you're standing in an unkept graveyard. The smithy ahead has a plume of smoke rising from its chimney. Oh, 1 second. That is a room, but whatever. Well, you didn't see that.
I saw a door.
I mean,
We'd at least have to address
obviously,
that.
yeah, obviously you're gonna go look at that, but I was supposed to anyway. But anyway, you guys can proceed.
This looks like a small castle or like a fort. Is this supposed to be open too, Tom?
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
I mean, technically
Didn't know what
not.
you were using on it.
Yeah, technically not. But when you open that door, you will find nothing.
Nothing.
Okay. Cool.
Is there a door here that I see?
No, it's open. Both these doors are now open.
Okay. I'll step in and glance around.
You want to go between us there, Alchemist?
Cool.
You're the caramel core.
You see what you see on the map. What would you like to start playing with?
Search first. The boy's probably with him learning blacksmithing. He's probably too exhausted by the time he gets home to stay awake. Better profession than innkeeper. Especially with a father like that.
Most especially with.
That is from teasing. And is a normal reaction to being endlessly harassed. as we all would know, now wouldn't we?
Okay.
I'm sure we've all lost our cool after somebody spending an hour harassing us and
John,
then beat the
you're
shit out of
tangenting.
the bar. I am
There's
tangent.
there's a
a door
door.
here. There's a door. Thief. Thief that door. Although I
I am
think
not a
everyone can
thief.
look for traps in this edition too. I'm not sure.
Is the door locked?
No, and it's a door.
All right,
Okay,
I will attempt to
open
open the.
that door.
Oh,
Okay. Inside the shack, this shack is filled with all matter of metallic implements: shovels, pitchforks, pickaxes, blades, etc. While many are rusted beyond use, others look freshly made.
he's doing what a
Okay.
blacksmith does. They
It's,
take old stuff and recycle it.
it's a giant pile of it.
Well, maybe we could see if there's anything worthwhile in there.
You can poke around in it. The equipment is stacked very haphazardly. There's a chance if you poke around in it, the pile could collapse, making a large racket.
I'm not comfortable with robbing.
Let's wait.
shit.
Let's wait to poke around into it.
Yeah, I mean, if yeah, although this does indicate that there is material wealth here that's not properly tapped for the town for one reason or another, but I don't feel like we should rob someone. That's just not a good thing to be doing. Too many problems come with it. I guess to the stairs and the
Well,
smithy.
do you want to open the other door first?
Oh yeah, probably.
I will reveal it. There is nothing!
This is a worn out tower. Goodbye.
So the ladder goes where? Okay.
Well, so it, like, the ladder goes up so you can peek over the wall.
Okay, that's what I figured, but I had to ask.
All right. Hold up for 2 seconds. I'm gonna grab you and I'm gonna put you onto that square in your party marching order. So as you're walking by here, I'm assuming you're peering down the hole.
Yeah, I probably should take a look. If it's full of bodies, we have other problems.
Well, Grum, I will tell you exactly what you see. As you peer down the hole, you see only darkness, despite the position of the late afternoon sun, or yeah, it's probably mid to late afternoon sun by this point. There should be more illumination down that hole. You shudder to think what might have caused such a tear into the earth. Perhaps it's best to leave it alone.
So, is there a light part of the way down, or is it like this thing is supernaturally dark?
More the second.
Well, that stinks of sorcery.
Cool. And as you take another step forward, I would like you to make a perception check. Specifically, Ogre. Actually, also, Grum.
Okay.
Very good perception roll. You go to step forward, but before you place your foot solidly on the ground, you notice the glint of metal in the underbrush. Your foot hovers inches above a bear trap. After retracting your foot, your eyes scan the area. You notice dozens more sprinkled throughout the courtyard. I am going to highlight an area. This area right here is terrain type bear trap.
Oh.
So it is like, as in, if you look down and you take 5-foot steps, you're fine. But like, if you take anything faster than the step action through this terrain, there is a chance that you will step on a bear trap, and it's not reflex save; it's just percentage chance as you're walking.
Okay, so either we be very careful, or we find another way.
Well, it's leading up to the steps. So if you are very careful as you walk and you look down, you can be careful and not step on the bear traps. They're all
Mm.
cleverly hidden in the underbrush, but if you're taking the 5-foot step action, there is no chance that you will step on a bear trap.
Well,
Well,
basically,
we
I'll
should
relay
probably-
the information.
We should probably do a crawl up over here. This seems intentional. And I would expect us to be cautious anyway. I just hope we don't get caught in being attacked in an area like this. It can make things very difficult. I do have to run to the restroom again. As I said, what I'm drinking is going right through me, and I probably shouldn't drink any more of it.
All right, well, just be quick.
I will.
So I think we're going to do the crawl.
All right, so I mean, I'll just move you guys to the next area. Or I'll just move you guys forward. But it's heavily implied that you're taking 5 foot. Like if you were in the action phase, you would be taking the step action to be careful. It's not. I did not put bear traps. The terrain type is bear trap. And it's really good that he made a high perception check because the DC,
Yes.
also very painful. I had the whole like decision path of okay, do you make your perception check? Oh, you step in the bear trap. Okay, well, like, do you will save to scream out in horrible agony? Yeah. It like things would have been bad if you stepped in one of the bear traps.
While I have an expert proficiency in perception, I have a 10 wisdom.
Yeah, well, I mean, you saw it and you didn't step in it, so that was very important.
I'm back.
All right. You have successfully, carefully walked through the bear trap minefield, and you are now on the steps leading up to the smithy.
Okay, what's the worst that could happen going up this when we were told to go away? Although
We
it
get
seems
bull
that
rushed
there's...
into the bear traps.
We could have. I mean, yeah.
All right. How are you proceeding up the stairways?
I think we need to put the tiefling in the middle.
Sure.
Okay, we will proceed up until we run across more exposition or encounter.
Okay. I'm going to move you here and then start revealing.
Sorry.
You can see it kind of turns around the corner here.
Hmm.
All right. Can I get stealth and perception rolls?
Are we actually being quiet?
Are you actually being quiet?
I don't know. I'm not proficient in it. Oh, forgot to hit my perception.
Oh. Okay. Cool. So, I don't have to say anything. So you guys can keep moving if you like.
Okay.
You can see, like, there's some rubble and shit on the ground, but
Why
there's...
can't
you
we
can
see to the
walk-
left here? Is there a wall?
Yeah, there's a wall there.
Okay. It
I
wasn't
mean-
clear. It's right on the area where it's black on
Yeah,
both of them. So
Yeah, you can see that it opens up into a larger room here. So as
Okay.
you peek around the corner, I will reveal
Else
There
you want
are?
to move up?
Okay. So
Uh-oh.
Cool. Ogre, as you peek your head around the corner, can I get another perception check? Now that you're closer.
I keep looking at her skills for perception. Looks fine. Go ahead.
Okay. So
All
you
right.
see 2 small doors on the side and a large double door in the middle.
Small doors first.
Yes. But let's try being quiet about it.
All right.
All right, stack up.
Okay. Check and see if there's any traps or anything.
Um, can the other 2 people make perception checks as well now that you're in the room?
Sure. I can't see anything once we're
Alice,
in a dungeon.
you hear 2 things. You hear the roar of you hear 3 things. In the room to your north, you hear the roar of a fire, as well as the sawing of logs, but like in the sleeping sense, not the lumberjack sense. Very loud snoring. In this room right here, you hear whimpering.
Like a dog whimpering?
Yeah, more of column B.
Okay, giving the door a look over. Does it look locked or trapped?
Yeah, it's fine. It's not locked.
Okay, I will try to open it quietly.
Okay. All right. Are you just cracking it open slightly, or are you opening it all the way?
I want to open it up slightly so I could peek in.
Cool. So when you peek in, let me see. So as you peek in, you see into the room that there is no doubt. There is no doubt in your mind what the purpose of this room is. All manner of torture implement lays thrown across the room. Every imaginable cruelty that could be inflicted upon someone is present. You also see like there's a silver-looking bell in the corner, sitting on a stool.
I know who stole it.
Okay, if there's torture equipment and you guys heard whimpering, let's go in.
All right,
So
so
I'll open
you
it up
open
all
the
the way.
door all the way. Okay, 1 second. Oh no! GM layer. Oh no, God damn it! I was
Oops.
still. I thought I had selected the GM layer, but apparently I did not. GM layer, token layer. Hey, guess what?
He's in a
You,
cage?
the sound of whimpering directs your attention to the corner where you see a familiar child huddled in rags within a cage. The cage is strewn with silver holy symbols welded onto it. His skin is scarred as if branded by various holy symbols.
Oh.
Yes. He is. Make a perception check. He is very battered. Yeah.
Yeah, who the fuck is the other Theo?
Yeah. The kid is very beaten up, and But he's like significantly more beaten up than before. Like as uh uh with those perception rolls, it's not the same Theo.
Wait,
Wait.
no, that might not actually be
Theo
Theo.
Theo notices you and whispers, "Please, you have to let me out of the cage. Like, the guy's a madman."
You ever seen me before? Does he not
Yes,
answer? He says yes. Where did you see me and when did you see me?
earlier.
That's not very specific. We
No,
will
it
address
looks like he's being burned by this the cage.
this whole place stinks of sorcery. Until we know what's actually going on, we shouldn't try and interfere in anything. He's in okay health here. We don't know who beat him or why or
He's
who
not in
branded
okay
him.
health. He looks beaten and tortured.
Yes.
Let's see if we can determine what holy symbols they are.
Well, they're silver, right?
Uh,
That's
Yes.
you see Ursul's among other holy symbols.
yeah.
Oh yeah. So basically, you see, so Karik with your knowledge religion skill of a nat 20, you see pretty much the smorgasbord of random, good aligned holy symbols.
Yeah, this looks really. It just, as I said, stinks of sorcery. No, no one deserves this.
Well, while I agree with that, it could be he is not who he's claimed to be.
Well, there could also be a reason for this particular thing going on, but it's
There
not
are
an excusable reason.
there are creatures that are um, afflicted by silver.
Can any of us actually determine anything magic? Hmm. Then I don't think we should touch that bell either. It's suspicious that it's in here.
When you mention the bell, he says, "Be careful. I mean, you'll wake up the blacksmith." Uh, I mean, obviously, if you start ringing a fucking bell. Yeah.
Yeah, what were you doing right before you saw me?
What?
Before you saw me, for the first time, what were you doing?
Just let me out of here. 1 second. All right. You were eating breakfast. This is the last time I saw you.
Hmm. I said the first time. What were
Eating
you
dinner.
doing just before you saw me?
Probably sleeping.
Probably? You don't even know. That, I can't trust you with all the magic stuff that's going on. We'll come back to check on you after we've cleared out the area to make sure it's safe, and then we'll deal with you. If you're immediately in danger, scream for help. And
Blacksmith.
don't just scream for no reason, as you said. You could wake up the blacksmith.
The blacksmith will kill you. Let me out and we can escape.
Huh?
He'll kill you like the others.
Closing the door.
Don't leave me. Like, you can see him, like, having a panic attack as you close the door, but he's not. I mean, he's, like, having a silent panic attack.
Well,
Something might be
if
going
that's
on,
actually
and I
Theo,
honestly
we
don't
might have been a
know.
little worse.
Well,
I know. That's why I suggested.
but also it's really weird because what you said described. We didn't see a severed doll's head laying around, did we?
No,
when we
but
were
we
in the
weren't actually.
courtyard.
I mean, the grass is kind of long.
Tall grass. We've had to search for it. Either way, this blacksmith needs to answer some questions. He's not willing to answer them, then he's doing something really fucking evil in here.
Are you opening the other door?
Good, yes. Going to check it out first.
Cool. Well, I mean,
Don't notice anything, so I'm going to open it quietly.
yeah, it's fine. There's two more. I mean, there's even more junk in here. Same as before. Massive piles of just a combination of rusty stuff and forged new stuff.
Okay.
He's forging this much new stuff and is only selling stuff as needed. That's so... Unless he's only taking stuff into town for commission. So he's forging tools and weapons?
Yeah, combination of both.
Oh. Well, you need both for warfare technically, but...
I mean, you see like farmers' pitchforks, random hatchets, as well as like spears and long swords. Basically, a smorgasbord of everything.
Oh, he technically did everything. I mean, yeah, those
But they're
wolves
not like
attack us.
they're not like neatly stacked. Like someone takes pride in their work. It looks like he's just forging it and just throwing it into the pile.
Oh,
And
he's either going
he must have been doing it for years and years and years, because most of the rusted stuff is lower down in the pile.
or he's stockpiling for very valid reasons.
Once again, pay attention to the door. And-
You can still hear very loud snoring on the other side of the door.
Is it locked or trapped?
Nope.
Okay. Once again, trying to open quietly.
All right. Well, actually, I will have to roll because he could possibly. Roll.
He's not in the bed. Interesting.
Okay. So as you open the door, you hear him do. You know how when you're sleeping and then you do that suddenly loud snort. Yeah, and then there's nothing, and then you can kind of hear him go back to snoring again.
He's in bed then?
No, he's. Let me read out what you hear. As the door creaks open, neither the roar of the fire or the sawing of logs cease. You see a man sleeping on a chair. His unkempt beard and hair pour out the sides of his creepy face mask. A half-drunk, half-spilt bottle of moonshine rests on the floor next to his draped hand. His other hand clutches a smithing hammer. A set of keys sits attached to his belt.
Still hanging on to the hammer.
Well, he's
Like
like,
it's-
yeah, like it's like think of he's sitting in the chair and like the hammer is in his hand resting on his chest. His left hand is draped over the side of the chair where the bottle of moonshine is on the ground. It looks like he, was sitting in the chair drinking and he dropped the bottle, but he's still holding the hammer in his right arm. And his shield is placed up against the wall.
Do you think you
maybe
can
we
get the
should tie him
hammer
up.
away from him?
How about we tie him up?
So you can see that he's like gripping his hammer like with a death clutch, and it's held next to his chest while he's snoring. So it's like I don't. you don't think you could reasonably lift the hammer off of him. You could very easily lift the keys off of him, though. Because it's like just a little loop around his belt, and you could just kind of like unhook it really easily.
Do any of us have rope? I have rope.
I do have rope. In fact, I have.
Well, it's not just that, is it also doesn't weigh ridiculous amounts. I don't know what the mechanics are for tying someone up, but whoever does it will have to be quite stealthy when they do it. The other two of us should be ready to barge in should things go badly.
There was. I know. I actually read about the mechanics for tying someone up. I just don't remember where. Probably under
Are
the
one of you
core.
guys going to try to step forward to tie him up?
I will if you guys want me to. I just want to look and see what the mechanics are.
Let's
real quick.
find out to see if you're actually capable of doing it.
I think you are, because I remember we looked it up when I was running. So,
I mean, you've got a good 50 feet of it too, so you could really, yeah, sure, you might be able to get out of it after a while, but it's not going to be easy sort of situation. But there's something going on that he needs to at least explain. He needs to say that he didn't brand that whatever that if it's Theo or if it's something pretending to be Theo in the cage over there, because
well,
he might not
honestly,
be
my biggest
branding.
thing is I'd rather have be able to talk to him than.
Are you
Okay, maybe I have to.
how are you guys going to approach this situation?
All right, I'm just trying to see if I can find tying a person up because I remember reading about it. I just don't remember what it was about. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I am just gonna do it, and we'll see. So I am going to move that real quick. Go back to my character. I will try to approach stealthily. Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna show you what I rolled, what I GM rolled. As you step forward, he swings at you with his hammer.
Okay.
Wrong person moved forward.
Oh, sorry,
I
that's
stayed
wrong.
there. They went there.
Cool. Yeah, cool. So basically, he heard you because your stealth roll opening the door was really bad. Bad enough that he rolled well enough to hear you, and then he played possum, and now I made you guys this perception checks in secret. He rolled really well, and now he's going to take a swing of his hammer at you.
Okay.
I will set your initiatives accordingly. Oh, yeah.
Well, technically, I use stealth.
Yeah. So technically, you will use your stealth check as your initiative. I will use the secret perception rolls of the other guys to see if notice that he was playing possum. So you did snort. He did snort awake, and then he pretended to still be asleep. No, I was making a perception roll for you to confirm whether or not he was still awake, which he was not. Let me move this. Delete everything. I'm going to add you to the initiative. Add turn. Add turn. Add turn. Add turn. So yeah, he is
Just
going
roll
at
initiative
a
then.
23. No, because your rolls are going to be so Ogre has a 13. Then John, you have a 3 plus your perception, and then Dallas, what's your perception? Okay, so you have so Dallas is going at an 18. So 3. What's your perception, John?
It's a 6. So it puts me at 906.
All right, there we go. This is an example of using the new initiative system based off of skill checks.
Mm-hmm.
So he will take a swing of his hammer. And then he'll stand up and try to swing again. It's not standing up from getting prone. It's standing up from being in a chair, which is like different. It doesn't provoke an attack of
I don't have an attack of opportunity, anyways.
Okay, so your AC. Oh, do they? They don't have flat-footed, do they? That's like not a thing anymore.
They do.
Okay. Well, I did connect with one of the hits with his first attack, and it definitely surprised you, because you didn't think you thought he was still asleep.
Yep.
Let me open his character stat block. They were so they were so nice to give me NPC Smith on the wiki page. I'm like, all right, well, this is what I'm going to use. Don't look him up.
I'm not.
And he is going to do a. So he will smack you for 5. Oh, 1 second. One of his actions is to get angry.
Uh-oh. That's my shtick.
So take 6 damage.
Okay.
It is Darius's turn. Oh, and he starts screaming at you guys, of course.
I mean,
Well,
we could
it's
beat
not.
him down.
It's not the barbarian raging. He's got something else called blacksmith rage or blacksmith's fury. The smith deals an additional d6. Sure. Okay.
Oh, you have a sling that can launch alchemical stuff?
That is a critical miss. So it is a critical miss. That you're throwing through. You critically miss while trying to fire through melee.
Well, there's no. Yeah.
In second ed, there are penalties for critical failures on attacks.
Yeah, your to hit is that bad for those.
I know, but no, he does get cover because you are attacking through, so he will actually get 1 level of cover. I was looking at the cover rules earlier. So Pathfinder QE critical failure, critical hits and failures on attack rolls. Uh, ba, 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 uh, 278. That's correct. If there's a crit fail on attack roll, so crit fails are a thing. They talk about like crit successes, but it doesn't talk about critical failures, even though critical failures is a thing in this mechanic. Page 278. I have like the physical book in front of me. Critical hits.
Well, if you own the physical book, I think you can get for free the PDF version.
I'll look it up. All right. Well, I don't see critical failures, but critical failures are a thing. They also reference page 445.
Yeah, but it mostly has to do with spells and stuff.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're firing a bomb. Your sling breaks. The string of your sling snaps. You're yeah. Oh. Okay. Okay. What's the splash damage on the bomb? You fumble the ball. It explodes on your feet, and you take 1 damage. I mean, yeah.
Maybe you should put some grips on those things.
It is Grum's. Well, that was drawing and throwing is 2 actions. I think you have 1 more action. Do you want to move or something, or? Yep, there is a giant roaring fire. Cool. Wait, I didn't reveal this, did I? There you go. That looks cool. Yeah, it's a big old statue.
Very big statue.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm gonna put my shield up, and then I'm going to move around him. Just to see if he has
Well,
an
no,
attack box.
that square is bed. Like, as in, one second, let me. Is this
We
part
aren't
of the
getting
map?
our flank on here.
Yeah, that tile is bed.
He can't stand on the bed.
I could.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'll do. What I'll do is I will
Okay,
attack
I'll
this
take my
turn.
attack of op.
You actually have an attack of op.
Yep.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Sorry. Oh, it's a hammer, so it doesn't have like the extra.
Well, there is no times 2 crit. And my AC currently is 20. So.
I don't think I beat by 10 or more. No, I didn't beat by 10 or more. So yeah, I'm sorry. 13 minus your shield.
So
Wait. It does 2d5 or 2d6? What is? Oh,
Plus
the
3.
raging. That's his fucking raging.
yeah, the Smith Rage thing. Also, is it a warhammer or just a light hammer?
It is a blacksmith hammer.
Okay, then I don't know because I remember warhammers have a knockback effect that can happen.
It is not a warhammer. It is a blacksmith hammer. That's why it's doing d6s.
Hey then.
But it's a blacksmith wielding a blacksmith hammer with the specific blacksmith fury.
Okay. So then I will. I made it. I will hop up here.
Acrobatics check.
Athletics.
Acrobatics check.
Okay.
It's not a very good bet.
You hop on the bed, and then you realize that someone else is on the bed under the covers, and you avoid stepping on the person.
Nope.
I think we found the real Theo.
All right. That's the end of my
The
turn.
girl was the nun took her off.
We know of. Just go.
Yeah, maybe that could be also doppelganger. So is stepping up an action?
Yes.
A step is an action, yes.
Step is an action. Well, I will get angry, granting me plus 15 temporary hit points. We'll start a counter for the ragings. All right. Step up. We will give him a. This two-handed. Actually, I am going to attempt to disarm him using athletics. He will need to make a reflex save. Actually, sorry.
You sure about that?
The target's reflex DC is my
Yes.
athletics check.
So a 10 plus his reflex save.
Yes.
So he has also since we are flanking, he is flat-footed.
Is that how disarming works in this system?
Yes. Athletics.
Yes.
Trained actions. You have to be trained in athletics. You can't just make the check.
Same with grapple.
Where did I put this guy? Cat block.
A success weakens the target's grasp on the item until the start of the creature's turn. Attempts to disarm the target of that item get a +2 circumstance bonus, and the target takes a -2 circumstance penalty to attacks with the item.
Okay. So his grip has slipped.
Okay.
Okay.
And my last action will be to raise shields. Well, raise shield.
All right. His attention is turned to Grum, and he screams out, "Stay away from her!" And he attempts to grab you off of the bed.
That's also an athletics check.
Mm-hmm. My
And you're a
reflex
rogue.
DC is 16.
Okay. I am pretty swole at athletics. You said 16?
Mm-hmm.
Success. He
Okay,
has.
we are
Well.
grappled.
No, I'm doing the reposition.
There isn't a reposition unless you do better or take multiple actions.
Oh, I'm spending all 3 of my actions to do it, but
Well, then it'd be another check to move him.
force movement rolls. It's part of encounter mode movement, force movement. No, I can push and pull you. There's rules for that.
Okay. It wasn't attached
So-
to the skill directly. Really should be instead of
Oh.
their.
So I'm gonna just move you around there, and he's going to stand here and start yelling at you guys to go away. Leave her alone.
Why do I feel like we're the police and we're gonna have to tase this dude? This sounds very diplomatic. Also, we
Are we
are
going
the police.
to enter the yelling phase of this encounter?
You just want to scream at him for the entire round?
It is Darius. It is your action to scream at him. Gain a hero point. Grum, it is your action.
So, if you really, really want to protect that person, let's start talking. Or something bad may happen. We don't want that. You don't want that.
Look. Okay, so let's
I'm
make
not.
fair.
I'm not. I mean, I'm even going to stay his grip. I'm not going to struggle against his grip because right now he still has a hold of me.
Yeah, he's kind of like has you like by like one arm, and then he's got like the hammer up, but he hasn't like pummeled your face, and like he's kind of holding back between actually like murdering you.
I'll
He
put
is
my.
screaming at you. But he is in a position of where he could probably just totally bash Grum's face in, but he's just instead holding up his hammer and screaming at him. All right, Grum, did you want to make a roll, like an intimidate roll or diplomacy roll or something? I mean, you don't have to. I'm just.
I will try. I will try a diplomacy roll. In fact, I might use a hero point on this one.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, you can. Yeah, you can choose to use your hero point now after you've rolled.
Yeah,
Your
I will.
maximum is 3, so you might as well burn one when you're at 3.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
God.
No, you can't. No, you can't use
No.
more than. You can't re-roll.
Most rerolls you can't do that again.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, wait.
It
Yeah.
is. Yeah, John, it's your turn.
All right. I'm gonna drop my shield here. So let me alter my AC. Down to 17. I'm gonna put the sword up on my shoulder, stride forward, And then, since I'm raging, I have to use Intimidating Glare. I'm just going to look at him with the angry Schwarzenegger look. It didn't work.
Do you want to use your hero point?
I got a spare, so why not?
Yeah, it's like, yeah, point.
There we
There you go.
go.
There you go.
Well, my
All right,
last action is going to be calm down. Everyone will be safe.
All right, he releases his grip on Grum and like kind of adjusts his posture a little bit, like you guys are in his personal space and he's like a little uncomfortable, and he kind of like, half turns around, looks at the bed, half turns around, looks at you guys. You hear whimpering and crying coming from underneath the sheets.
So he is no longer aggressive.
He is not aggressive, he is protective.
Okay.
As in,
So-
he's like, his body is physically, like, I mean, he's still standing physically between you and the bed, and the whimpering coming from the bed. And it is eventually when you see someone's face pop from under the covers.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you had it right on the nose.
Also, I'm fatigued for the next minute.
Okay, well,
I'll take a step back.
I mean, you're already. Oh, Darius. Okay, yeah.
I'll sheath my sword.
What kids?
Kid.
I don't. What? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about, kids. This is the first time I've seen this girl before.
Then why are you protecting her?
Theta, kind of sits up in the bed a little bit, and you can see that her leg is badly mangled, but her wound has been dressed. Uh, nah, nah. Yeah. Well, she's holding her dolly. Well, she's holding two parts of her doll now. So yeah,
He
yeah.
came for her.
Well, maybe the priest could actually do something rather than just taking in some money this time.
No, I don't. I think there's a problem with the town.
That's an understatement.
Well,
I mean,
no,
yeah,
I meant even the way they act. While it is fitting with Erastil, it seems almost fanatical. It's something I don't normally. I mean, we orcs usually stay away from. I mean, we have our problems with humans, but honestly, I follow Gozra. Gozra is usually an ally to Erastil.
What's this statue of, now that I can glance around?
Some just an imposing looking man with like a big
Okay.
hammer.
So, is that Theo in the cage? And I'm gonna put my two of my
Who-
fingers to my temple,
Who's
close my eyes for a moment.
who's
Stretching.
Theo?
The
Wait.
child in the cage, or what appears to be a
Yeah.
child in the cage.
He takes off his mask, and I will change his token real quick. What? Oh, okay, cool. I'll do that later. But yeah, he takes off his mask. He's just got this big beard. He's like child in it, and then he like has like this sense of like determination as he tries to squeeze through you and walk towards the other room.
Let's go
follow him.
together. I'm concerned
So
about
yeah,
this
you guys
too.
you guys can follow him.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, so you guys enter the room and stuff, and he sees Theo in the cage, and he starts panicking, and he's just like, "Stop this nonsense!" And he reaches over, he picks up the bell, and he starts ringing it, and Theo starts screaming in agony, and then I will replace his token.
Well then, that explains that.
Is this the child you were talking about in the cage?
No,
Well,
no.
the
That's
one.
I meant that's why we thought we weren't sure if it was or not.
So the devil, so after he stopped ringing the bell and set it back down, the devil goes from screaming in agony to laughing maniacally.
You're not very good at what you do.
Oh, I'm not laughing because I failed to fool you.
No, you tortured
Does
this poor guy.
does this guy have a scar across his face?
Yeah.
He may not know.
You should tell him.
Uh,
You should tell him. Well, we can definitely leave here. We
actually,
don't have any
actually,
business.
I guess this is more. Is Theta? Did Theta recognize him when he took off the helmet? When he took off the helmet, I know she was a baby. So
We should probably have the conversation here. I'll go close the door. Theta, go ahead and lie back down. You're perfectly safe. It was a misunderstanding. And then, disconcerting smile and close the door.
don't scare the children.
What? I just smiled.
I mean, she looked pretty terrified because there's a giant lizard man saying everything's going to be fine, and then closing the door slowly.
Giant toothy grin with spiked teeth, yeah.
Yeah, and she's not like, I mean, she's not like walking anywhere. I mean, well, she's probably limping if she's going to be moving around.
So okay, go ahead, Darius. You explain it to him.
Well, the other question is, wait, before we do that, when did Theta come over the wall? Because if she came up before we saw her in the church, that might not be her.
Well, no. I think we took
No.
we took our time. We took our time. She
We
probably knows a shortcut.
Still double check. Okay. Oh, no, I think that's the real Theta. We might not have seen the real Theta.
Mm,
The devil laughs again when you say that.
Shut up, you. I'll take your head.
Garrett says no, that it's not going to work. He also don't. I mean, yeah, poke him plenty. Like as he
No,
gestures
he's in the
at
cage.
Okay, no, John. He gestures broadly at the torture room. Poke and prod him all you want, like. But I have some dialogue. I need to scroll down because we have done. I have written like 4 different ways this could have gone down. So it's gone down Adventure Path D. Because obviously you could have left him. You could have let him out of the cage, and then all hell would have broken loose. Lol.
Literally.
I made a deal. I sold my soul so I could safely return home from the war and see my wife again. When the devil came to collect, I was waiting for him. I kept him in prison all of these years. If I were to kill him, he would return to hell, and the others would learn of his failure and send more devils after me.
What's up with the brands on the guy? Or does he not have them now? You need to redeem yourself. There's always redemption.
So the
No,
so one
but I'm
second.
also not very smart.
I need to do a thing. Can you guys give me 2 seconds?
Hmm.
Ogre.
Ogre, are you there? I think you gotta step away.
Okay. I'm gonna ring the bell.
Ah! He holds his head and starts screaming in agony. Yeah. I mean, you in character might make that connection. Yeah. I mean, no comment.
Would you prefer that this bell never got rang again?
When I get out of here, I'm gonna bring back so many stronger devils, and they're gonna make you all pay.
I think you'll only be able to collect. Yeah.
Yes. No, it's
Uh,
knowledge. It's lore.
well, is it occultism or is it
Yeah, it's
religion?
occultism. It's occultism. Uh, oh, Dallas. Dallas also received a message.
Well, I have to ask you, what would you give to make?
Yep. Oh,
Well, well, Dallas is still ringing the bell. I'm gonna ask, what would you give to make that bell never ring again?
you want to make a deal?
What would
Actually,
you give?
I will give you this. 1 second. There you go, John. I'll give you that. Oh, God damn it, John. Dallas. You don't say out loud. You don't say out loud what's going.
Yeah.
I
No,
mean,
I think the bell's worth more than that. A lot more.
Maybe we should tie his tongue to the bars.
We're not torturing it. We're not torturing it. I mean, honestly, stop ringing the bell.
The devil is still laughing maniacally, like it knows something that you guys don't.
Wait, let's not talk in this room.
Oh, you guys want to step outside and talk? All right. So,
Ring the bell one more time before I leave.
Well,
I mean,
another question is that I would like to know after closing the door. Okay, what's up with the crack of doom inside the middle of the fort?
oh yeah. Where do you think the little fucker came out of?
Really? That's the only thing?
I mean, I trapped that thing up like crazy. I mean, when he came, I managed to ensnare him, and I'm gonna hopefully I'll trap whoever tries to come out of it. But I mean, as long as he's here and he can't report back, then I should be safe. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah. I'm getting old now. I'm definitely past my prime.
you can't do this forever, and
Well,
well, that
okay. So I'm gonna tell the royal a royal investigator wants to know what's going on here.
I'm
Uh,
going to
can't
crack the
say
door
that I
open
was.
to make sure Theta has not limped over to listen at the door.
Theta's still sitting up in bed, and you open the door, and she's like still like looking at the doorway, like in a half panic mode. 'Cause
It's
she doesn't
fine. We're
really
just
can tell.
talking to the Smith guy.
Okay. Can't say that I was. I was just good with a hammer. Um, he kind of has that 1,000-yard stare. He looks down in shame. Like you see the process of the wheels turning in his head, and his 1,000-yard stare. Like his head like slowly turns to look at the doorway, and there's like you can see like the onset of a panic attack. He
Anybody
is
know what the? Sorry.
the tenseness of his shoulders relaxes as he droops. Yeah, he places his hand on the hand that you've placed on his shoulder, gently, and you can feel the room of the tension You can feel the tension in the room drop significantly as he kind of comes to peace. It is unfortunately at this point when the tension is ratcheted up to 11 as you hear an authoritative boom of a voice outside saying, Garrett Lebowski, you are charged with desertion from the military and theft to the crown. We are entering your property. Come out and surrender immediately.
All right, let's go deal with the crown. Let's just go deal with the crown.
He will gesture at all of the other breaches in the wall that's covered in giant piles of spikes and barbed wires.
Yeah, but we left the door open, guys.
Well, 1 second. I'm just gonna put you on the stairway down for a second, and I'm going to read because I'm assuming that you guys are gonna at least peek outside to see what's going on. And I can give you guys some more information. Okay, it is at this point you hear a procession of angry townsfolk outside. The sun is starting to set, but you can tell there is light coming from torches on the other side of the wall, i.e., angry mob. And it is also at this time I need to grab some tokens and arrange them accordingly on the map.
Oh, okay.
So there is still a bunch of angry. There's basically an angry mob outside, but these are the guys that come through the door. I will read off. So Gif, Conrad, and Burko pour into the courtyard, followed by the government official as well as Father Godfrey. Gif and Conrad are armed with a hatchet and pitchfork. Burko is awkwardly holding an arbalest. Arquebus. The rabble of the angry mob is growing outside. I mean, you can whisper that to him right now, and he's just like...
I assume he put back on his mask when he came out here.
No, he's got his mask off.
Okay, I'm going to hop down to here.
How about I got another
You have a
idea.
gun trained at you right now. Yeah. So this is more of a Mexican standoff sort of situation, John, right now, because you have a gun trained at.
Yeah,
Well,
and I'm gonna put. All right.
So.
Yeah, we weren't gonna. Once I saw. Yeah. Tom. Once I poked my head here, I would have told everyone to stop.
No, they weren't outside. When you guys went out to the ledge, and then they were pouring out. So this kind of like happened like simultaneously. So you guys walked. So you guys walked outside, and then a few moments later, these guys came in.
Tom, I wouldn't have let anybody past me until I saw exactly what was going on or moved forward where I could.
You're in front. John, you're in front. So no one's gone past you.
No, what I meant is at this point, the square that Ogre is currently standing at, that was where I was going to wait.
Let's not worry about that right now.
All right, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, what was the plan? Sure, what's the plan? I mean, I can swap you.
There's no way other out.
We're
gonna search the place.
There's no way out. Like, I mean, there's these openings here, but they're covered in barbed wire and spikes.
How about a slightly different plan? You may not like this, my blacksmith friend, but what if we give them something else to worry about?
No, we're not letting that thing loose.
We hide.
At this point, the government official, because you guys are trying to have a conversation. I mean, obviously, the government official is going to say
No.
stuff.
I'm going to motion for the government official to come forward. I'd like our employer to come forward rather than the townsfolk who have no authority on this whatsoever.
Garrett Lebowski, I need you to immediately surrender. You are under arrest.
I have given this man safe passage until I finish dealing with the situation in here. I need my employer to come forward so that we may negotiate that.
He is the one that is talking. You need to stand down. Garrett, you'll be paid regardless. Just calm down. You'll be paid. Garrett needs to surrender immediately.
No,
Garrett will
my
drop
lady demands that I give this man safe passage until, not safe passage, sorry, that I give him an opportunity to explain himself. I
He
gave
will
him an
have
agreement.
the opportunity to explain himself, but he is still under arrest.
He
That is how arrest
He can't
works.
go anywhere. I would like you to come forward so that we can talk about this and arrange the arrest where it's
Orko,
safe.
Conrad, Giff, go get this. Go get Garrett.
Well, I'm gonna yank him inside.
Okay. So, are you guys going to start moving inside?
I'm not going to move inside. What, me?
No.
The
Yes.
administrator? I was already planning to do it and kill us all. He already recognized us. I don't care about being paid for this. I want to make sure
Wow.
this man can leave here safely to trial. The current crowd outside, that's not possible.
He is.
All right, I'll roll. I'll roll my initiative.
You can bring a couple people with you. Bring the father and Berko if it makes you feel good.
We're not still in talkie mode. Are you sure you want to do this? Sorry, 1 second. Sorry,
I mean,
Okay, guys.
Okay.
No.
we didn't. You fuckers are the one that negotiated with somebody that's dishonest. I'm never trusting you again.
I don't remember him giving a name.
I mean, do you see his nameplate?
Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. The thing is, right now, he is not. He is unwilling to.
No,
he is unwilling
you're
to
unwilling. You're
No,
unwilling.
He sent. Yes,
Three hens.
He sent them after us. For me,
No,
that is.
he's not sending the 3 after you. He's sending the 3 to go grab Garrett. Garrett has dropped his hammer. Garrett is surrendering.
Are they going to walk through? Wait.
I said
That
Garrett
means
drops
they're
his
going to
hammer.
walk through here,
I actually didn't hear
up
that.
here, because we're how many feet up?
Yes. Garrett. I said Garrett drops his hammer.
No, like I said, none of us heard that.
Okay,
Okay,
we didn't
sorry.
hear you.
Because you guys are too busy panic talking instead of listening
Well,
to the
yeah,
DM.
you give us a panic situation.
Yeah, this is supposed to be a panic situation.
All right,
so the 3 flunkies have started to walk forward.
Don't go in there, guys. It's not safe, you dumbasses.
Oh no, not Burko, because he's holding the gun. He's got it trained on Garrett. Conrad starts walking. Okay, so you're yelling at Conrad.
No, don't go in there. It's not safe to walk there.
All right. So because you yelled out, I'm going to give him a bonus on his perception check. He didn't roll terrible, but he is kind of a commoner.
I mean, this is the local.
Yeah, he
effectively.
Yeah, you hear a kerchunk, and Conrad goes, "Ah!" and he
told you,
falls to the
we
ground.
need to talk because there's problems.
Okay.
I need the priest and the Imperial agent to come over to these areas here, directly in front of us. They are safe. Don't cut any corners coming forward.
No, that place is also like it's all dangerous.
Oh no, it all is.
Cool. So,
All right.
okay. So Gif will free Conrad from the trap and stuff, and they'll
Okay.
like Conrad his foot is mangled, but the other two are pretty mad about this. But they see the traps and whatnot.
There is
Alright.
another.
All right.
There is a very serious problem with some of the things that are inside the fortress left over from the war. And that's why I wanted to talk to the employer and Father Godfrey without having to shout, because, well, the
All right.
crowd might not like to hear about what's in here.
All right. Then
As
Father
long as
Godfrey,
they stay outside and don't try and come in, they're perfectly fine.
Father Godfrey will briefly poke his head outside and say, "Oh, it's okay. You know, he has surrendered. We will find the children."
The children are fine. Well, one of them is. I don't know where the other one is.
John, stop talking.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so eventually they'll get themselves situated. You know, Burko will be healed, so he's not like bleeding out on his leg and stuff. And I'm just gonna move everyone into the central area. Then we're gonna start the role playing aspect of what's going on. Cool. Now that the situation's been diffused. Okay. Yeah, Garrett. Yeah, I mean, obviously he's fucked. So, Conrad. All right.
Is that
So
a special kind of fuck?
So Conrad and Gif are basically like have grabbed him. I mean, he's been okay, yeah. I mean, far,
Wait, why isn't Father Godfrey offered to heal anybody?
yeah. So Ogre, get 15 back as Father Godfrey will heal you.
Okay.
Father
he sees
Godfrey,
that-
if you could attend to your ward, she's in the other room. She needs some healing too.
Oh, okay. So
Her leg was caught in one of the traps. He actually helped her.
Beta, you miserable child! I've told you a million times not to come here.
I will pull him out. Father Godfrey, that is not. Father Godfrey, that is not how you speak to a child.
Is my ward. I'm the one that's raising her, and that me and the church is responsible for raising her properly.
And your quality of raising her got her leg in a bear trap as she crawled into a very dangerous place.
You wanted her dolly
the
back.
the town, to be precise, because everyone seems to bully her.
We'll have a chat after this, Father Godfrey. A long chat.
All right. Well, while you're having this conversation, another conversation is occurring. Conrad and Gif are basically like shaking Garrett. Burko has a gun pointed to his head, and they're basically just yelling, "Where's the silver, Lebowski? Where's the silver, Lebowski?"
Can I... Can I just put my hand right into the lock of the gun so they can't accidentally fire it, because these dumbasses are liable to have no trigger discipline?
Conrad and Gif will drag Garrett into this room.
No. No one goes in that room.
And then they're like, "What the fuck? What the hell?"
All right, I have to go.
What is that?
I'm pushing a Gif over against the wall and closing the door behind us.
Father Godfrey's like, "Devil!"
No, he doesn't get to see.
No, he's what in the name of Holy Erastil is going on in there?
You guys got to get him.
All right, well, Burko is freaking out with very little trigger discipline right now.
Yeah, so I'd like... very intimidating.
I mean, yeah, I just want my share of the silver, like, and there's not any silver. This is at the point where the representative says, "Don't worry, you'll be paid regardless for your assistance, silver or not. That's not important right now.
Yeah, you'll be paid, but
You'll be
don't shake
paid.
down a man.
All of you will be paid. Just remain calm. Is everyone calm? Father Godfrey, just chill. Then,
Sorry.
sorry, just I'm moving you out of the way. I'm just
We need
moving
a
you out of the way.
decision. Okay.
Cool.
Your prisoner can explain that, but your two deputies,
Okay,
is that the right
Conrad,
word?
Giff, take Garrett into the other room.
What, in front of
And
Thea?
No, this one
it's
probably. You do this one.
Just
Yeah,
have
just-
him hold him right
Just be
here.
just be
yeah,
careful.
they're
Just be
gonna go-
careful with the files.
just question him. Just
No, no. The door stays open in that case.
okay,
No,
well,
these two
I mean,
are not
they're yelling
qualified
at him.
interrogators.
They're yelling at him. Basically, where's the silver Lebowski? And okay, so what are you trying to get here out of here?
Is God Don't tell him anything. You're an Imperial agent, correct? Pointing right at him.
Yeah,
He's a King's agent.
yeah.
In your name, sir. It was never shared with me. I agreed it because I trusted a friend, but apparently he never got it.
Well, we never
Sorry.
asked.
He cool. Yeah. So he says, well, he tells you to calm down and step away.
Your name, sir.
You want to make a will save?
Really? Is he gonna cast at me? Seriously.
You think that is a fantastic suggestion, and you decide
Fine.
to stand
No,
aside.
I'll step away right into here.
John,
nearest
I am
square.
controlling your character. I'm saying that you're standing aside and you are shutting up now, because
Did he
that is a
intimidate
very
me, or did he
reasonable.
cast at me?
That is a very reasonable suggestion.
Yes, but for him to cast suggestion, he has to do a casting action, and they did not change that in this edition.
Yeah, and it was very, very clear what was happening, and you believe that's a very reasonable suggestion. So you're going to stand in the corner, and you're also going to shut up both as a character and a player.
Fine.
Cool. He steps into the room and he's looking at the devil. Well, I mean, you can stand in right behind him in the doorway. Yeah, and Father Godfrey will also stand next to you, and he will, uh, basically like kind of like hand on your shoulder, trying to peek over, trying to see the devil, and uh, the guy. I don't. Sure. Pretty sure Garrett's going to be sentenced to death right now. Uh, hmm. I know what is going on. Well, I didn't know this was going on, but I knew. Is Theta? Theta's okay. I need to.
Well, her leg was also Garrett bandaged her leg.
She at this point has limped over to the doorway.
Well, the whole town. Oh, she killed herself.
Hmm.
Lover?
No, in fact, Conrad, Gif, go ahead and execute Garrett.
Oh,
Uh,
I
You
will.
guys
I
want to
will.
act in initiative?
I will shield Theta's
yeah,
eyes from
because
the.
this guy never identified himself, and I don't think he has the authority to do this.
He is bearing a royal seal, but he is not taking any
What,
aggressive
does
actions.
not give his name?
Cool. So John, not John, but Ogre and Dallas can roll initiative.
If combat takes place, the situation's changed, Tom.
As the DM, Ogre and Dallas will roll initiative.
Okay, your running suggestion is that strong. Okay. I know it says variable on it, which is not very precise for this.
Mhm.
No, it's specifically imprecise. I did step
Oh,
down.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Well, it's not really perception at this point, because
And my character,
yeah,
Yeah.
it's supposed to be a social. Whatever. Sure. Yeah. All right. Well, one's going fast. One's going slow. That guy is panicking really fast. Wait. Where's the initiative thingy? Where would you go?
Hmm.
Why can't the initiative? I'm clicking the initiative tracker button, but it's not showing up.
it's
Try
still
try
here.
removing the initiative and then or just closing
we-
down the turn order and then bring it back
Here,
up.
I'm just gonna refresh Pathfinder because I'm actually clicking the initiative button. It's not. Nothing's happening.
Oh, weird.
Oh, there we go. Now it's back. Cool. All right. John, I'm going to message something to you.
Okay.
Situation log updated.
All right. Let me get the initiative set. I'm going to add. And I'm going to add and add.
Receiving communications.
I'm going to add initiatives. One. Proposed gun 19. Okay, so go ahead and add you guys to the initiative. Why will not Burko will not update? There we go. All right, and I will do descending. GIF
Special project complete.
will go first. GIF will take a rope and start tying it around Garrett's neck.
Star system chart.
Burko will be holding his arquebus and like panicking. He's not, because I mean, obviously he didn't get the order to kill Garrett. The other guys were just being told to kill Garrett, but Burko seems really like not understanding what's going on. It is Grum's time to act.
I am going to basically put Theta behind me.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just. You don't have to roll for that. You can just.
Okay.
I mean, it's a child. You're just gonna push her back, and then you stand there.
Yeah, and then I
the-
will. I will say this is wrong.
All right, Darius.
Complete. Star system charted.
Hey Tom, we got a mechanic wrong. You're supposed to roll against my will save, I think.
I did.
Okay.
GM roll.
Okay. No, I know. It's just that I had rolled accidentally, and I couldn't remember if how that had ran.
Well,
Didn't want us to get it wrong.
each one's a little different.
Yeah, each one is a little bit different. I just wanted to make sure that we got the roll right on it.
Yeah. It's not like he was probably going to fail that. Sure.
Oh no, I was wrong.
Receiving communications. Anomaly found.
There's kind of there is a feeling of hopelessness and anger and frustration as he's like contemplating whether or not he deserves to die, and he's definitely going to hell because he sold his soul. Yeah, they've basically like tied a noose around his neck, and he's about to be hung. Yeah,
Yeah.
so on. All right, well, Conrad will tie the other end of the rope around the thing so that he can be like he's ready to be hung.
Is there anything actually sturdy enough in there to hang a man that's tall enough?
Yeah, something. I mean, he's just going to like throw it over, throw the rope over the other thing and secure it and whatnot. They're about ready to. Burko's in panic mode right now because he's
I mean,
like
it'll still be
Okay.
strangulation, not snapping in the neck instantly. So
yeah.
we
They're
got
not
time.
dropping him. They're gonna hoist him up and he's going to choke to death. So Grum, what are you gonna do?
Sorry. Dallas? He's being strangled. He can't answer anything or even really nod his neck.
I am going to grab the gun from him because I don't want him accidentally shooting somebody.
All right. So
Well, basically, I'm going to remove the gun. I'm not going to.
So here's what visually what this looks like. He's standing there. He's holding the gun. His hands are shaking. You slowly reach over and take the guns from his hand. His hands do not move from their positions,
Okay.
but they keep shaking. So it's like he's miming holding the gun.
I will set the gun down. Shit. I will set the gun. I will set the gun down at my feet.
Okay, yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
I'll turn to the investigator.
He has not turned his back to you guys. He is still looking at the devil. So this is all with his back turned. He doesn't even really care about what's going on. He's callously just saying, "Hey, execute the guy."
Yeah, so basically, is this go?
Hey, Dallas, have you actually examined that mark to make sure it's not a forgery?
And honestly, that depends on if we can even tell if it's a forgery.
Well, true,
This
but
is basically my next thing. This is not justice.
yeah,
You're
what
not
if
you are not giving him his trial.
Receiving communications.
Uh, cool. Darius. Well, do you want to make any associated rolls with that to try to convince him, or are we just role playing right now?
I will try to be diplomatic about this.
Sure. Cool.
Yeah.
Darius, do you have any final words or rolls that you would like to make? Well, there's literally the noose has been tied around his neck. It's been thrown. On this next action, he's going to be hoisted. But he does like the single tear drops down his cheek.
he might not be able to be honest. Oh, I just had a disconnect happen on Twitch. Let me restart. It just stopped the
All right,
stream for no damn
so
reason again.
Dallas. It's at this point in time that Garrett is hoisted up in the air, and this is not going to be a slow process. And the administrator will start monologuing. Well, I mean, he'll start saying plot. Cornelius, 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 I am disappointed in you. Oh, sorry. He says, Bartleby, 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 I am disappointed in you. What? Cornelius? Is that you? And then I'm going to. 1 second. Well, I mean, we gotta.
Well,
1 second. Okay. Well, I mean, we got like some. Well, okay.
yes.
Some stuff is gonna happen simultaneously, but let me
Dallas
say.
just planned to drop him. I don't think it's gonna work.
Let's. So I've. Well, yeah. So shit's gonna go down while he is having the conversation with the devil because he doesn't care about what's going on in the other room. So, um, he is saying, all this time, this is where you've been all these years. I send you after one lowly little blacksmith soul, and you couldn't even manage that. I'm just here to let you know you've been demoted. And, yeah, well, you're just going to sit in that cage. I, am going to leave you here to rot in misery. And well, while this is going on, that's going to be like a couple rounds, and I mean, you guys are panicking, and you're going to go. I'm assuming you're going to go and try to save Garrett at this point. Uh, cool. John, you can re-enter initiative now. His concentration is. So John, okay, are you there?
Sorry.
Yeah.
I
So
had to
you can.
restart the stream and everything crashed.
Okay. Well, you can re-enter initiative now.
Yep, I will roll for initiative. Did I highlight my character icon? Yes, I did. Because if I don't do that, it won't show up.
Cool. I
13.
will add turn. I'm going to put you. Oop. There you
No,
go.
yeah. If we actually hit the initiative one, we could actually roll like initiative in first edition.
Yeah, it's programmed that way.
All right. Gif hoists the guy up in the air. Burko is mid panic attack. Grum, it's your action.
I will. I guess I will move to here, and I will try to grapple. We'll do Biff.
Garrett is not in that square. He is hoisted up into the air.
Okay.
So a bit.
So,
You pretend he's above.
Alright.
Yeah.
Okay. Does a 14 beat his 10 plus his reflex?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Actually, it's because I was not wanting him to berate the child. Yeah. Also, you're standing in the. Hey, Dallas, you're unfortunately standing in the way, but I do believe you go. Can I hold my actions until after the tiefling stands out of the way so I can go medieval on something?
Cool. Yep. I did not put Cornelius in the combat tracker because I didn't think he was. Okay. Go for it.
He might just not give a fuck and just teleport out.
Sure. Cool.
Fuck! Dallas, you said your character felt cursed, and he is.
All right.
So you're also gonna hit Father Godfrey for one.
Okay. I didn't even really give Father Godfrey a stat block, but okay.
I mean,
All right. Well, uh, he does not react.
that no, he's totally for it. But however, he lied to us. So you see how my character's standing on the icon, screaming? Yeah,
Sure.
that. Will
Cool.
I rage?
Cool. And go over. I'm assuming you're going to go over and try to smack him.
Yeah, I will. I don't need to even use the special ability for it, so I'll just come over and. I'm not gonna bother with the shield because honestly, I actually never picked it up. So we're just
So two hand. Give me your 2-hand rage damage.
lying massa. I only hit a 10.
You're gonna spend your hero point.
You know what? Might as well. Not using it anyway. Oh shit!
Oh.
Why is it doing bludgeoning? No, that's not supposed to be bludgeoning. That's supposed to be slashing. I have a typo there. Yeah.
Okay, so you come in with this colossal hit. You connect squarely on his head, and I'm having him enter at the bottom of the initiative. So I'm just going to say that he's next because I wasn't actually planning on adding him. So you feel like that should have killed anyone.
Oh, I don't expect it to. I want satisfaction out of this. I want to be able to chop on him for at least 30 seconds.
Turns around. His hands are behind his back while this happens. He turns around and his hands are still behind his back. And he says, all of that for a drop of blood.
if I keep chopping, you'll run out eventually.
As he starts to regenerate.
I think I found the module boss.
I don't even like. I know what it is. I would have to go get the stat block for it, but I looked at it.
No, I mean I'm not going to be able to kill this thing. If anything, I'm just going to annoy it.
Well, I mean, you're clearly missing the obvious clue here.
Yeah. Tom, the character has an 8 intelligence and knows nothing but violence growing up. He's going to use the sword first.
Okay, just. Okay.
No, I know the bell is perfectly a good option in here. My character would not use it right now.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh no, I know that the bell would make him not be able.
Yeah.
Oh, pop culture? That doesn't
all
necessarily
that
mean I'm going to understand it.
all that for a
honest,
drop of blood. That's what when they finally actually landed a blow on Thanos after like this big protracted fight, and he was just like, "Oh, it's basically like the difference in the power levels is so obscene," and he's just like, "All right, well, yeah, you scratched me, but
that quote's actually,
yeah.
but believe it or not, that quote's actually been used in anime repeatedly.
Yeah, sure. But you're getting distracted. Burko
Runs.
triple moves, runs away, and then you hear a clank.
Well, the good news is he can't get to the crowd as they're walking away to tell them.
Well, Grum is you're trying to wrestle with two dudes that are strangling Garrett.
Yeah, I want to kind of throw Biff into Conrad.
All right. Make a.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, they're both kind of like tugging on the rope and whatnot.
I will actually spend it. I will spend it.
All right.
I might need a higher roll.
So yeah, because you're trying to push both of them.
Yes. So I'm gonna spend one. I mean, no. I rolled a 7. So.
Yeah. Well, it's unfortunate, but it's fine. It's not crit failure. So I mean, you can also just cut the rope.
I don't actually have any.
All right, Darius, it's your action.
Do you have a slashing weapon? Then cut the damn rope.
Yep. You want to? All right. I will let you spend the hero point in a dramatic fashion to have that be a thing.
Well, it's attacking an object, is what.
No. I'm just saying, like, rule of cool. You spend your hero point. You throw your dagger. The rope drops.
Oh. Which one?
Bartleby, you see,
Ouch.
the difference between you and I is you don't show your mortal form, and you don't act directly against them. You influence people to take actions. You don't directly interfere. You definitely deserve your fate. And Theta, well, because I'm Like, I'm having Theta enter the bottom of the initiative so she can get her opportunity to also, like, get some words in, because I didn't think that we'd actually be fighting. But Theta will say something.
Well, you want to execute him without fair trial.
Oh yeah, well, I thought you guys were going to interview. I didn't know that you were going to, like, actually try to fight Cornelius. But Cornelius is...
You mind controlled the barbarian. I have to hit whatever it was, otherwise I don't feel like a man.
No, I mean, you did scratch him because of your critical hit and your critical damage. You actually did scratch him. He's got like a fuck ton of DR, but you actually did scratch him.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, he's got like fast healing, so he's starting to regenerate the damage that you've done. It's actually mostly regenerated by this point, so I'm just. But it's at this point that Theta steps forward and says, "Wait, you're a devil? So you're from hell? Do you know where my mother is?" Yes,
I just
I can.
double face palm right now, even though I don't have free hands.
Father Godfrey, grabs Theta by the hand. He's like, "Theta, child."
Oh
Oh,
no! The gun's at her feet.
yeah, and Theta,
fuck.
kicks Father Godfrey in the shins, and Father Godfrey is an old, decrepit man and stuff, so he releases Theta. Because Theta just like kicked the guy in the shins, as a kid does.
Honestly, Father Godfrey kind of deserved a kick to the shins at least.
Cornelius says, "I can take her to you if you'd like."
He lies!
All right.
Okay.
I will go to the top of the initiative. I am moving. 1 second. I've I wasn't planning on this. Here, I'm just getting everyone in line again. Okay, so um, GIF and GIF and the two guys in the room are just like, we're holding the rope, and they're like confused because the rope snapped and stuff. They're a little bit angry with Grum, but because of your disposition from them earlier, they're not like hostile against you. In fact, they're not even unfriendly. They're like neutral against Grum at this point. But because Grum role played so well earlier, they're not like actually going to try to attack Grum. Grum, it is your initiative. Garrett
Okay.
is on the floor, and he's coughing, but he's alive.
I'm gonna tell Conrad Gift, run. There's demons or devils, whatever. Can't tell the difference.
They can't. No.
Okay. It
I
is
will.
John's turn. He seems to be ignoring the raging
Okay.
barbarian.
Could I do an athletics to slip by him?
He is not armed, and he has both of his arms behind his back.
Okay. Do I need to make a roll, or is this a
Nope.
hand wave?
For hand wave, he's not.
Okay.
He has taken no action. You can.
Action to go over here, pick up bell.
All right. One action, move over. One action, pick up bell. One action, ring bell.
Ring bell.
Okay.
With my full smile going on.
Let me give myself a d20. Okay. So, now let's give one for Bartleby. Bartleby starts wincing in pain. Cornelius seems annoyed.
Stop eating shit.
What?
Cornelius seems annoyed by your action, but he has not like lifted his hands up from being behind his back. So he looks at you, and then he looks back to Theta. Darius?
Alice, you saw the barbarian go ham on the guy, and it didn't do shit. Okay. You could save Theta from making a deal with the fucking devil.
Okay. So
Just a
you
thought,
wanna,
just take over in the room.
you
Scream
want
at
to make?
Godfrey as you go by, you know?
Would you like to make some sort of role playing? I have to speak quieter because I don't want to wake up Philip. So do you want to make some sort of role playing?
Alice, you saw the barbarian go ham on the guy, and it didn't do shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have nothing else. I'm out of potions. I'm out of bombs.
You could save Theta from making a deal with the fucking devil.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
Just a thought, just take over in the room.
On Cornelius' actions, he says, "Child, just take my hand." Now, on Theta's action, he looks at Darius. He looks at Father Godfrey. He looks at Cornelius, and then says, "Father Godfrey has never done anything for me." She steps forward, takes his hand, and then they disappear.
God damn it. Well, there's there's a quest for the father to redeem himself. Save her.
Oh,
I was going to beat the guy with the bell next.
we're not done.
Oh, really?
That's not the end of the adventure.
Great.
Garrett comes out of the room, looks at Father Godfrey, and says, "We're gonna need a bigger bell."
As I step around the corner with the other one.
No, but that's not the reference. Garrett turns to the devil in the room and asks if there's still time. And the devil, of course, laughs and says, "Sure. If you let me out, I will take you there and you can try to save Theta."
He's not going alone. Also, don't trust you to do that.
Uh,
Do you think they actually?
Yeah, that might be his best way to redeem himself.
What? I would like to take off after Father Godfrey as I see him just.
Father Godfrey will yell out to the crowd to go bring the church bell here.
Wait, the gigantic church bell?
Yes.
Oh, that's a bigger bell.
So, I mean, you guys can converse and whatnot, but over the next, hour or so, they're going to be hauling the church bell over here.
Father Godfrey, we should probably have somebody go find the tavern owner's son. He's somewhere in the woods.
The devil laughs maniacally when you mention the child.
Do I have to ring this? I am not going to torture him.
As am I.
Good people don't torture things.
That wasn't good.
All right. So he laughs and then says, "Theo, go down the hole."
Oh fuck.
So that's where Theo went. Wait. We don't have to take this thing's way of getting down there. There is a path.
House
I
out
It's,
of
don't think
climbing.
your feet gets all the way down to hell. Does it, Father Godfrey?
well, that's.
Well,
I mean, Garrett is. So Garrett and the devil and Father Godfrey are basically going to make this deal. So Garrett turns to you and says, like, I can't ask you to go down there with me, but I'm going there to save Theta. And I guess Theo as well.
I'm pretty sure his father
Honestly,
is
I
eating
think
him.
Theta has been treated poorly in this town. So yes, I will definitely try to save her.
Okay, so they'll end up bringing the bell into town. Oh, they'll bring the bell from town to here. It
You haven't
is
happened to have forged any useful equipment for us to go down there, have you?
no, almost all the silver uh went into this bell and the holy symbols around the cage.
Well, since we
But
have,
Oh
well,
no,
that's what I figured.
it was in
Actually,
the
well,
bell at the church.
90% of the silver went to make, or 90 something percent of the silver went to make the church bell.
so why we have an hour? I'll search the piles.
Sure. There's no silver in the piles. It's just iron and stuff. So
Eh,
but this is whatever item, what other weapon or something that you're gonna need. So they bring this massive church bell. Garrett is large and swole. He actually picks it up. It's like heavy load for him, but he throws it over his back, and he's got his hammer in one hand. Um, we let the devil out, and he leads you guys down to the hole. Uh, and Father Godfrey says, "Go with Aristol," and blah 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 blah. And are you guys ready to go to the next map?
sure.
Yeah, I gotta copy and paste you guys. Good luck on this.
So, out of the equipment, is there a set of scale mail? 'Cause I'm not going down there in my shitty armor.
There's no armor. Just
Oh, never mind then.
typical.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's mostly cinematic. 1 second. All right. So let me go ahead and get you. I mean, obviously you're going to hell. I mean, it's not like you know. So, as you plunge through the rift in the ground, your vision is clouded by darkness. There is only the sensation of falling and the slow increase of the temperature. You fall deeper and deeper, and the air gets hotter and hotter. Eventually, you pass out. You awaken to find yourself in a hellscape. There is a path leading up to the bridge and a massive gate. On the path, numerous souls trudge slowly forward, prodded by other devils. Bartleby kicks you in the ribs and yells at you to get up and try to blend in. Most souls are not eager to enter through the gates of hell, and while you are packed in very tightly, others will get out of your way as you advance. Garrett calls out for Theta, but his voice is drowned out by the screams and agony and jeering of screams of agony and jeering of other devils. While each devil looks approximate in size and disposition as Bartleby, they are uniquely different in distinctly horrifying ways. Let's move you to the map as you approach the bridge and the gate to hell. Can you guys see yourself on the bottom of the map?
Yep.
So just use your imagination, and that's like a big doorway and not a bridge. Well, it's a bridge, but there's a doorway leading into the gates of hell. Yeah. So as you're walking past the last two devils, the one on the left says, "Bartleby, is that you? It's been ages. I thought you weren't coming back." Oh, hello, Rogoth. Yeah, I had a particularly troublesome soul to bring back. And he gestures at the blacksmith behind him. He doesn't look so tough to me. Wait, what has he got there? And we can roll for our final initiative.
Well, now that's been long enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a largely cinematic fight.
Level 1, yeah, level 1 casters don't end up with much.
Yeah. Oh, good. Garrett's going super fast. Get rid of that. Ogre, can I get your initiative?
Oh, that weird.
Oh, I'll just add you in. It's fine. 13. Cool. All right. Yeah, Garrett rolled really high. So, one action, plunks the bell on the ground. 2 actions, he starts pounding the shit out of the giant bell.
Bong.
Yes, with his
Bong.
blacksmith hammer. The 2 other devils, like drop their thingies, hands on their heads, screaming in agony. Because those are not successful saves. Darius, your action. You can stab over him. Mm. I'm Yeah, good luck. Oh yeah, but actually, one second. Does Bartleby? Actually, Bartleby. He needed to roll that high, but he winces and says, "You could try." As he laughs. All right, Grum, you're up. Oh, sorry. No.
Okay, so I'm going.
Oh, sorry. Bartleby is going to step over here, and he is going to shove the other demon.
Me, the other devil.
Flash.
That's actually what I was thinking about doing, so I'll do it the other way.
They have huge penalties because they're have all the status effects on them right now.
Oh shit.
Flash.
So is that more like just pushing them in water?
Yeah, basically, they're not like.
Yes.
All right.
And also, I don't think they're going to admit that this happened to anyone, because it means they failed.
They're all right. Well, they're under lava now, so I'm just gonna. They're not appearing in this combat. Cool.
Oh, that was easy.
Well, I mean, there is one other person that I'm adding at the bottom of the initiative, and that is the panicked mob.
Well, I mean, they should run on terror. Can I manage to grab the bell and the smith and get them off the path?
No, it's a giant ass bell, and he's firmly planted in place. Well, also, like over the course of the round, it's Garrett. He's just standing there, smacking the hell out of the bell. Like
Okay.
that's what is going on during your 6 seconds of action.
I'm just trying to think about how to clear the path. I mean, are they going to run away?
Well, we're gonna see in just 2 seconds.
Um. Yeah, you got a reflex save. I will grab our guide as he is and pull him over to the side with me if he'll willingly come. Not the time to
over.
get trampled.
Okay, it's fine. All right, so now all pandemonium. The crowd begins to panic. Some rush towards the gate. Others get pushed overboard and into the lava. Some people try to flee. I'm just going to move all of these down to the GM layer. So they're either overboard or they're through the thingy or they've ran past you guys back. Because basically everyone is fleeing. And at the end, you see two children crouched on the bridge, hands over their heads, kind of like, holding each other and like, whimpering and whatnot. Garrett is still there. He's pounding the hell out of that bell. Darius, is your action? Oh, speaking of which, oh, cool. Bartleby rolls another nat 20 on his save. Darius, you're up. They're both like kneeled down on the ground and they're like hands over their heads and kind of like huddled together on the bridge. So they're no, not in deep pain from the bell. They're just like as in they didn't want to get trampled by an angry mob and they just kind of hit the deck. No.
I don't think they can hear you.
Well, I mean, if you yell loud enough and if you get closer, yeah. Grom, are you gonna grab the other friend
Yep,
or the other kid? All right,
that's basically what I'm gonna do. Move
cool.
over and grab.
All right. End of this next round, you hear a roar and the thunder of footsteps. Something is approaching. Garrett is there, and he's banging the hell out of that bell. Darius, pick up 12-year-old child and start running. Cool. I'm just going to put. I'm going to put you at the edge, but you're as far as away that you can physically carry the child. Cool. 1 second. I gotta make another save. Oh yeah, he makes. Wow, he's been making his saves. The DC on this is super fucking high too, but he's just been rolling high.
No,
Um.
he's had a little bell used on him for so long that if it's not that, it just doesn't work.
Okay. He turns to John's character and says, "Well, time to go," and he starts fucking bailing. Grandma, I'm assuming that you're also going to bail.
Running. Yep.
Cool.
Taking the girl and running.
So, I mean, there's still more map. I'm just saying that you're.
Right.
And I'm assuming John is also.
I'm going to hit this. I'll tap the smith on the shoulder and point the way that we need to go and say we gotta go and help him pick up the bell so that we can both run.
Cool. So on the bottom of the round, actually, let me go to the bottom of the round. So this pops out.
Well, a clawed hand comes up, and then a second clawed hand. Well, the first clawed hand starts to come up. Dallas runs away. Second clawed hand, Tom runs away. Third claw hand, Ogre
That's what
finally runs away when he realizes he's by himself.
On Garrett's initiative, on Garrett's action, he turns to John's character and says, "You take the children to safety. I need to go find my wife." And then he picks up the bell and starts walking forward while banging on it.
I think they might be mad if you show up with that.
All right, the other demon is starts laughing. "Blacksmith, you come willingly."
Do we
But then
recognize that voice?
yeah, it's the same voice. Um, he starts wincing though as Garrett gets closer with the bell. All right, so as you guys are fleeing off in the distance, you see the devil getting very unhappy with the situation, and he steps back through the door to hell, and he closes the door. Garrett goes over the door with with the bell over his shoulder, and the other hand pressing the door. He starts screaming, "Let me in!" And he slowly forces the door open, and he slips in.
I was hoping that he was going to stay out here ringing it, just keeping the business of hell not happening.
Oh, and
Let
that
me in! Give me my wife! All right, that's enough. I'll take you to your wife, but the bell goes in the lava.
so that is the end. Well, you guys escape and stuff, and you go back to town, and the little devil is basically just gonna fuck off and not return to hell, obviously. But yeah, that was the
Uh, okay, did that change between editions? Because evil outsiders are irredeemable and should be
No,
kept
no, 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 no,
inside
no,
Dragon's
no.
Renya.
They don't they don't actively try to redeem devils or demons, but if it's one actually, yeah,
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure on that because I did not.
okay.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, I was following the description of Serenia
yeah.
from Piazzo, so
okay. Did you
yeah, Serene's paladins are a little smitey. I mean,
okay?
they're really nice people until they smite. We have a Hey, guys, don't we have a problem? Didn't the little girl make a deal? I mean, he might have just taken her down here and is like, haha, you're dead. I took you there. Didn't have to give me anything.
I mean,
Yeah.
did you enjoy the one shot?
Yes.
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah. Well, I just wanted to show you what I spent like literally a month working.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hey, can I do one epilogue thing, though?
sure.
I want to go with Father Godfrey and Theo to bring Theo back to the tavern owner and tell him that if he ever raises his hand to to Theo again, I will cut it off
Oh,
because it's not good for the community.
I don't strike my son.
I saw you strike your son right in front of me.
I lightly tapped him on the cheek to wake him up. Now, Theta is the one that beat up Theo.
Data.
Theta, when I ripped the doll's
I mean,
head
look
off.
at her dad.
Well, I felt bad and wanted to go
Well,
into
don't
the
do
thing.
that again.
Well,
I
that's
went. Well, he went. Theo felt so bad that he went into the thingy in order to try to find the doll head, then fell down the hole. Well,
That's-
specifically. Well,
that's
specifically.
actually very sweet of you to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, so be easier on the kid. No, she shouldn't stay at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, not
Well,
here. Maybe to
I
the
mean-
merchant.
Dude, do you know how
Me.
much Dallas? Do you know how much silver was in that bell? As yeah, it was. That was a fuck ton of silver.
So
When Bartleby actually messaged me, that's when my response was grabbing the bell and ringing it.
However, you guys back at the place, you could pry those holy symbols off of that cage and make a. Yeah, you can take a crowbar and pry those off, and that's how you guys made your cash.
I might have a crowbar. If not, I'll
Mm.
just rip them. I actually think I do have a crowbar now that I think about it.
Yeah.
Torches, bedroll. I have a grappling hook. Nope, no crowbar, sorry. I'll just have to do it with my bare hands.
Well, you can just pick up a metal instrument inside the blacksmith area and use it to
Yeah,
pry it off.
I'm
Yeah.
sure
Yeah.
there's a crowbar in there.
Yeah. Well, I'm happy that you guys enjoyed this.
Hold on, Dallas.
Yeah. Well, I was just hoping that you guys enjoyed this.
No, yeah,
and
definitely.
very-
I did.
Yeah.
And I was gonna say your combats were nicely spaced out.
Yes.
So I meant it had a general feel overall. I will say I did kind of get a little bit. I mean, we kind of got I got my ass handed to me by the
It's just bad rolls.
blacksmith.
Well, here's the blacksmith stat line. I will put it into chat. He is
Oh.
he is a CR3, and
Uh,
and Bartleby is a CR3. So one of the possible scenarios is you let the devil out of the cage as the boy, and then he goes over and he picks up a pitchfork and goes into the room and transforms, and then the two of them start fighting, and then you're like, oh shit, what we've done. And then you and the blacksmith are supposed to fight the devil. So that was one possible scenario. So I made the blacksmith a CR3 and the devil a CR3 so you guys could fight them and subdue the devil. But you guys chose option C, which was to, fight the blacksmith.
I didn't really want to. We didn't really want to fight him.
Oh, sorry. Option A was, you release the devil. Option B is you don't believe him, and then you talk. And then option C is you fight. Then I had four different, because I didn't know what you guys were gonna do, so I had to write contingencies. And yeah, so that's the path that you guys chose. It was a choose your own adventure. So yeah.
Yes.
I do have to ask one thing. Do we tell the three greedy guys where the silver is now? It's an
And I loved creating those NPCs. That was so good. I enjoyed them.
I mean, I could have ran in there and just killed them all.
Well, they totally. So they did make essentially didn't make an explicit pack for their souls, but they were definitely under that devil's influence because the devil the true devil will use the subtlety, not like Bartleby. So yeah. Anyway, that was. Did you
Well,
guys like did you guys like the reveal at the end with
I mean,
who the guy was?
well,
Yes.
it, halfway through the conversation, I messaged you about that.
Oh, yeah.
Well, now he's back down to evil consultant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta go to bed because it's like midnight. I got work.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
thanks for playing with me, guys. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's why I felt like I need to like contribute as the DM. But the problem with me is like I have like the instead of like running like modules and stuff, I like want to write my own stuff and because I want to create scratch the creative itch of coming up with material. And I tend to like over prepare, but I'm writing like a complex story, and that is yeah, but yeah. And you have to have like the right pacing, the right characters, and the right motivations for your characters.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I'm gonna go to
Well,
bed.
I guess
All right.
we'll see together on Saturday morning, won't we?
No,
Oh, we're not.
yeah,
I get to sleep in.
I have a convention this weekend.
Ah,
All right. Good night,
yeah,
guys.
Good night.
yeah. I'll be streaming some Path of Exile tomorrow. That's about all I have going now.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things for that, Dallas, has been just I've had a bunch of series of cancellations on my games too. So the ones that you played in. You're in a fantasy in the Saturday game, Dallas. Yeah, it seems like we're getting cancellations.
No.
That's-
My game's kind of is hitting that same problem with it right now.
I mean, if you're still pulling off once per month, you're still progressing better than most people do. A lot of people are lucky if they get once every few months, and then they'll do like a 2-hour session.
Yep.
Yeah, we have been delayed on that for a while, but we should be good to continue on it soon.
Well, we'll see.
Oh, actually, wouldn't that be the game this Saturday?
Yes.
Well, I'll be good to go for this Saturday to play on that then.
I should be able to. Yeah. All right.
All right.
Good night, y'all.
Good night.